Morning and welcome to our evening summary of Day 8 of the European Paragliding Championships here in Pegalajar in Andalucia, Spain. My name is Judith Moll.
Hola y bienvenidos de nuevo al resumen diario en este octavo día de los 17º Campeonatos Europeos de Parapente aquí en Pegalajar. Mi nombre es Javi García, encantado de daros este resumen.
So every day we bring you live coverage after we've given you interviews of the day, a recap of the day before, and if you check on the XEMAG YouTube channel, you can see what time we'll be broadcasting every day. Tasks normally start at 3, sometimes at 2 if it's a longer one, and we always start our live broadcast half an hour before tasks start, and our resume and footage from the day will start usually an hour and a half before then. So tune in, but if you only want to see the brief recap of what happened in the day, because you don't have 3 or 4 hours to spare, you can always find at 8 o'clock in the evening we're doing a live broadcast where we summarise what's happened. So let's get on with the recap. This morning we came into task 8 with the result of the previous day, which at this point in the competition really focuses the minds of the athletes about who they need to be chasing, who they need to be following to not actually get too far behind them. So after task 7 this morning, Maxime Pinot was leading the general classification with 5,189.8 points. Following him was British pilot Sebas Ospina, who's 26.2 points behind. After that, Slovenian Tilen Seglar, who's 8.4 points behind Sebas. Darko Stankovski of Macedonia is 10.7 points behind Tilen, and German Ferdinand Vogel is 10.9 points behind Darko. In the women, Constance Mettetal has a commanding lead of 330.4 over her closest rival, Austrian Ellie Egger, and Ellie is 896.6 points ahead of Anca. After the 7th task, the nation ranking had changed. It was France all the way in all the previous tasks, but after task 7, Great Britain overtook them. And they now lead Slovenia, France 3rd, and then Austria, and that was the rankings as we started the day.
But that was yesterday.
That was yesterday, and today was a completely different ballgame.
Wow, there are so many things to talk about. But let's start with very fast about just how the weather forecast was today. Today I think we had very accurate forecast according to how the condition that the pilots found. Mainly they were northwards everywhere, no matter where they were flying all around this task, and the wind. Maybe I think we found a stronger wind at the end. Sometimes reporting even from the course direction, the people heading to the goal more than 20k I think. Eventually, also we saw in the drift, I think there was something like it. That was changing. We saw different drifts as well, but mainly they were northwest, I think.
Yeah, and the leg that it really counted, I think it went up to 25 kilometres an hour because they were absolutely... I mean, I think, top speed of Louis Tapper, our roving reporter in the air, was 100 kilometres an hour.
100.
On a paraglider.
Yep. That is quite interesting. Well, even though clouds were forecasted today in a few different parts of the race, actually they were spotted much more at the end, nearby the goal or in the last leg of the goal, and they were quite high. But and finally, I think there were pilots flying about those 3,200, 3,300 meters or so. And definitely thermals, everybody was reporting, and a high average about those +4. Easily, they told me +6 and +7 easily. What we don't know is about the temperature, but I'm sure also this they were expecting around 2,000 meters, 18 degrees with quite elevated temperature, and around 3,000 meters the temperature was expected about to be 6 degrees. Well, the task today, even the pilots, even though they're willing to fly as much as they proposed the task, they were reporting they were willing to have a kind of thought that in terms of retrieval was a bit faster because they were facing some long retrieval the days before. So today the proposal was 100 kilometers task with 3 turn point, a huge end of a speed section, like a line, and then with that, when they were arriving that end of a space section, they needed to turn back a bit and just to validate the goal in the line of 150 meters. Basically, those turn points were drawing a kind of pentagon shape with legs in between 16 to 28, 30, 25 kilometers in length as they were changing different directions from northwest, southwest, then again northeast, and finally northeast again. And the funny thing was they were having mountains all the way inside the pentagon. So that was the key of the task today. They were surrounding different mountain systems, and they were using them all the time, just to to decide when to attack, when to go in altitude, and then to reach those turn points, and then to use the mountain again, and so on, so on. I think now after that we can start talking about what just happened.
Well, before the start gate, there was, a huge gaggles forming. Everybody was ready. We had a little incident before the task where Austrian pilot Jeremy Cassar was unwell, got an asthma attack, a really severe one, and ended up having to come down. He landed in a tree and they had to give him some medical attention. He's absolutely fine. Thank God.
Yeah.
But yeah, so there was a bit of drama on launch, and the rescue guys had to come out to help him. So, yep.
But so far, so good.
So far, so good, yeah. So then this huge gaggle formed, and they all blasted off with Yassen taking the lead, and then the live tracking stopped. Flymaster just went down.
Yep.
And it went down for everybody. But of course, we need live tracking to be able to report on what's happening. So somebody suggested an alternative, but we could only see the Spanish team.
Yeah.
And then another alternative, we could only see 30 people. So we had to have a break for about 30 minutes while we waited for Flymaster to come back up again.
Yes.
And then we had a scramble to find out, where is everybody? What's happening?
But then we had some news, basically, when Flymaster was back again. We were able to start with resuming, catching up, and then immediately after we got some news that for a moment we thought, okay, what's going on? And because we heard about a mid-air collision, so two pilots, Marko Milutinovi from Serbia and Robert Berg from Poland, they hit and so they get into a collision, and with the result that both they needed to launch the reserve parachutes. But the good news is nobody was injured at all, and they managed to reach to the ground safe and sound with no more surprises. The only thing that we could say, sadly for Marko, his glider was seriously damaged. That's what Marko took also his time to realize, well, I cannot fly. He tried and said, no, I can't. So he took his time to analyze the situation, and with a lot of calm, he decided, okay, I need to deploy my chute, and he did it. No problem.
The irony is that he had a mid-air collision in France last year at another big competition. So he's getting quite used to it. But we spoke to him. He's in really good spirits. He said he wanted to throw his parachute and land safely because he didn't want to mess up the competition because it's been so good so far, which is just lovely. He's such a nice guy.
Yeah.
So anyway, they're both fine. Nothing to worry about. Landed completely unhurt.
And when we thought that was everything related to launch and reserve, we got another one.
Yes, there was a third one. We don't actually have the inside info on that, but Stefan Gheorghe from Romania also had to deploy his parachute, but he also landed safely and is completely uninjured. So we will give you news about the third parachute deployment when we get it.
I think
tomorrow.
I got just roughly very updated. It was just a massive collapse. That basically after that he lost the control of the glider with no more incident. It just we needed to launch the reserve, and that was it. So so far good news, no problem, nobody got injured. But continuing with the race, I think today we need to highlight somebody that every day we had a moment to talk about this pilot. So finally today he made it, and we made it, like only the way that Yassen Savot can do it. So Yassen was pushing a lot actually.
He pushed from, he was first to turn point 2, and he just carried on powering off. He just went big style for the lead out points and just kept pushing him. As soon as he had enough height, he would just go and go and go and go and go. Rui tried to make a move as well on several occasions. Rui from Portugal, who won task 1, who's also a guy who likes to fly out on his own, but he couldn't make a big dent. Just couldn't push far enough.
No.
So once Yassen reached turn point 2, he had to then turn going to the southeast with a strong northwest tailwind. And as soon as he turned the corner, his glide went from like 58 to 85.
Yeah.
All of them, when they got to that turn point, they just blasted down that leg.
Completely. I think that was the key of the race today. In that leg, when we were trying to guess how long the task is going to take, even the people that were dealing with the forecast today calculating, okay, maybe around 3 hours, just because the first part of the race is going to be really slow. We'll see. They're going to face the wind into the wind, but as soon as they were arriving to this turn point and they were just stretching and more and more and more, just this line of glided, and we were seeing that the head of the race was like in a jet. Well, then when I made the next calculation arriving at the next point, I said, no, they're going to make it actually half an hour before, in 2 hours and a half maximum, if not less. Plus 80, that was really crazy. Then Rui, even though he makes a break, the front pilots in between Honorin and Maxime, well, they were in this incredible pursuit, right?
They were, and what was interesting, the French had such a bad day yesterday. They only got 2 pilots in goal, and Honorin bombed, and so did several other French pilots today. They stuck with each other like glue. And so when Rui made the break, Honorin, Maxime, Luc, Pierre, Julien Wirt, they all stuck together. They were always in the front gaggle, and as soon as somebody went, they were on it.
Definitely. Yeah. Today, definitely, they wanted to make it up and say, hey, of course, we made a mistake yesterday. Today is another day. Let's try to just return and show who we are, because we know that we can do it.
So Honorin got to turn point 3 first, and although Yassen was still pushing, he eventually got caught by the gaggle.
Yeah, and he was able as well to fight for those leading points that at the very end of the task today, they was really important for him. We will see when we talk about the results. And then was this, when we were approaching to this final moment. Well, the guy of today that decided, okay, I'm going to try my chances, was my very good friend Marcelo Sanchez, who decided, boom. And then I really thought today is Marcelo's day, because it was so solid in this attack. It took a while until the rest of the guys just react on him and then start chasing him. Honorin made a nice move on the right that's trying catching up. Even Yassen Savot appearing also next to him, but much from behind when all the pilots went to him. But Honorin, there was a moment when they went exactly the same. And then I thought, well, I think that's it. It's Honorin's task. But I don't know, Honorin started to be more on the back. So Marcelo was holding and holding and holding. And Yassen, just from the middle of these 2 guys, that he appears and overtake Marcelo. And then even though I was talking to Marcelo, I said, Marcelo, please tell me that you put everything you got. He said, you know me. I said, say no more. So definitely he was pushing with everything he got. But it was just in day.
But it was like by meters, literally. You overtook him by meters.
2 seconds.
And then just
2 seconds. That was
2
it.
seconds.
2 seconds.
There you go.
That was it.
Incredible.
Yeah.
So, but the lead-out points were the deciding factor today, because the unofficial results give Yassen the day. So he arrived first in goal, but he also got, had loads of leading points. And then second was Honorin Amand. Then third, Marcelo. fourth, Julian Wurtz from France, and fifth, Daniel Turkus from Germany, who's having an increasingly good competition.
Yeah. And related to women, it's still we don't dare to say what exactly happened, because even Flymaster is not giving a reliable update. So we're going to talk about it, but definitely we're not going to say like a proper unofficial score either, you know.
No.
Anca Tabara definitely today she was performing like crazy today. Really good, really good. Followed by Silvia Busi Ferraris. Also, we saw Julia's Jaus just arriving there, really nice, and Joanna Kokot and Sara Lovrek made goals, so that's really good news for all of them. However, with Constance, we saw her actually there.
Yes.
And but actually the score said, yeah, it's away from the. It didn't make it. She didn't make it. So, but no.
There's other results that are very peculiar this evening on the Flymaster provisional results, so we just don't trust it at the moment. The only other explanation would be that she missed a turn point, but I can't believe that. She just doesn't make those errors. So we'll have to wait to find out what happened to Constance, but one bit of news we have got is that Eliega got timed out of the task. She hadn't made it by the 7 o'clock deadline and had to land. So we know that Ellie definitely hasn't made it.
Yeah. Also another pilots today, like Dylan Segler and Darko, they made it go because they did, but they were far behind today, more on the 60s or so, which also that was really surprising, because those were the guys that day by day they were on those first position, and really interesting to see.
Dylan only needed a few points to catch Sebas, but he's now given himself a steep task to be able to catch Sebas. Britain did get their guys in goal. I think they hope to maybe perform a bit better today. We'll have to see what they've got to say tomorrow.
Yep.
I believe Britain is still first team, but again, the results, we'll have to wait for the official ones at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, many things related with the scoring today. We don't dare to play with numbers at the moment.
No, we'll give you the proper results tomorrow when we come back.
Yeah. Well, I think that could be, no, more or less.
Yeah, I mean, the good news from today is that despite the fact that we had 3 parachute deployments and a severe asthma attack in the air, that everybody is fine and well. Probably getting a bit more tired. We've got 2 tasks left. We have to await the outcome of the complaint of aggressive flying this morning. The race director and the jury team are going to be working on that this evening. They have to, because if it escalates into a protest, then it is going to cause problems for the end of the race. The pilots need to know on the final day who they're chasing, what their aim is for the day and what their tactics are going to be. And if there's a protest, then that makes that very, very difficult. And we might have problems with getting the final score at the end. And none of us want that to happen. So for now, we're going to leave you with videos from the goal that our colleague Rafa took. He managed to get quite a lot of the top guys and also give you some news about the deployments and what happened there. And we hope you enjoy them, and we will see you tomorrow.
That's it. So until tomorrow, bye-bye.
So here we are with Heli from Austria. Awesome. Just give me some impressions for the task today. How do you feel?
Wow, it was another crazy, good, nice task with perfect conditions. At the beginning we had super high cloud base, higher than the normal days, so we expected really good conditions. And then we have to cross the valley and go to the first city, and there it was tricky. It was windy and group split it out, so it was super tricky to find the right place. If you managed to climb super high there, you was on the leading group. I was a bit behind and I had to catch up. Yeah, it worked, but I missed some leading points. But in altogether, Spain is like, I don't know, I never had that nice conditions in my whole career.
Wow. So usually when do you have this kind of situation that the group splits, what's your strategy?
I have to improve my strategy, because I'm always a bit too much in front and too much on one side of the group. So my plan was to go over the city and have a good climb there, But yeah, at the end, my improvement should be to stay in the middle of the group and do more controlling.
Yeah, and how about the thermals? It was good?
Yeah, it was super nice. We had up to 5, 6, 7 meters. Super nice. It's like a paradise for paragliding.
So overall, you are pretty happy with the competition, right?
Yeah, every day perfect weather, super nice organization. It's really one of the best organizations I ever saw. So I do this sport quite long, so I know what I'm telling from.
Awesome, thanks so much.
Cool.
So here we are with Marius from Norway team. Marius just give me an idea what's happened there, up there.
Yeah, today was really fast. Good thermals, and at some point I had 3 people falling down from the sky around me in reserve, and glider was teared apart. And I think some of them also turned thermals in because the lift was so good there. I think they had a mid-air collision, and everybody got out the rescue fine. So I think they're all good, but sad end for them. But the race continued, and it was super fast today. And I managed to catch up a little bit, so I'm super happy.
So both of pilots are really good.
I think it was 3 actually.
3?
Yeah.
So everything is good with them?
Yeah.
You actually saw.
Yeah, and it was raining reserve containers around me, and I like, whoa, there's more people coming, so it's a little exciting. And I was turtling at 4 meters per second, and people falling down around it.
And how do you feel by that time?
No, I saw they looked safe. They had their reserve out, and they were working with their gliders, so everything seemed fine, except that they had probably a mid-air. It seems like the glider was destroyed. So
awesome. And how about the thermals? How was that?
Super good. 4 meters per second all over the place. So
congratulations to your task, mate.
Thanks.
Thank you. So here we are with Honorin from the French team.
Hello.
First of all, congratulations to your task today. The French team has pushed hard today and stay in the goggle. What was that the plan?
We did a big fucked up yesterday. Yeah, everybody on a really bad line on the right, all bad decisions. So today it was staying with the group and follow the like Yassen. So the pilots who attack, to try to not let them go too far. But he did well. He caught a good thermal in front of us on the mountain, and he was always higher than us. And I just took it at the end. So I'm happy to be back, and yeah, we can't fuck up any task now if we want to even keep the podium or try to be in front of Slovenian team and British team. But there is a lot of job, so we will see. And for me, there is 2 more tasks, and I can't bomb out any of them, and I need to be like top 10 each time. So that will be difficult to have a chance to be second behind Maxim.
Okay, so you pushed hard on the final glide.
Yeah.
So how was your line?
I was a bit lower, and I thought maybe there is a confluence behind the hill, and I thought I will be just slightly too low to catch it, but we took it, and finally super high in goal.
So today was a much better day for the French team. How
yeah, sure, much better than yesterday. Huh?
Yeah.
Yesterday we were on the bottom of the hole, and now we are on the top. So it's up and down, and we hope we will finish well these 2 last tasks, and we will see.
Awesome, thanks so much.
See you.
Okay, here we are at the goal, task 8, with Nelson from the Portuguese team. Nelson, first of all, congratulations for your task today.
Thank you.
Then talk about a little bit what's going on up there.
Well, it was a nice task. really fast, climbing fast, and just choosing the best course to turn. Otherwise, we were just pushing hard all the time. After the first turn point was just quite creepy. A lot of pilots had some issues, and I almost was catched by another wing on the air. And then I was safe, but unfortunately one pilot was catch down. I hope that they good, of course. And then after that the condition starts to get stayed stronger as before, but more easy to handle. So and then we push even faster, into the goal. was super fast all the way.
Awesome. Yeah. I've heard that some pilots got like 100 km per hour. What was your limit speed today?
I don't know, but should be close. One time I had just a quick look because it was just, like I said, creepy in some parts, and the 90s for sure was. So, but I don't know. I will check later. Could be close.
Awesome. Yeah. So we have 2 more tasks left.
Yeah.
Do you have any different strategic for those days?
Well, since the beginning we know that Pegalajar, this place, it's an endurance spot, and special by the Spanish styles. They always, it's 100, so we have to be strong and keep until the end, because for sure it's more 10 hours, 5 each day or 6 at least. So let's see.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
Okay. Yeah.
So here we are with Daniel Tirkas from the Germany team. Daniel, that's another task that you are at the front, right? You are really going. How was the task today for you?
Good. It was really fun flying today. We had finally some base, and the thermals were nice and strong, and I could position myself well and then keep it. In the end, maybe a bit too conservative, but who knows that it's really climbing everywhere. No, but I'm happy, and I think I'm also happy for the team. We all did well, and well, the most difficult part of the task was maybe coming down. I arrived with over 1,000 over goal because it was really booming everywhere the last bit. Yeah, but it was great fun.
So it seems that the winds really help in certain sections, right? Do you know your top speed today?
Oh, I haven't checked.
You check it?
No.
Because I've heard some people got like 100 k's.
Well, with the tailwind, yeah, we can go fast, but I didn't check, to be honest. I was just watching lines, and I didn't look at my speed. Yeah.
How was your final glide?
Rough. Thermal, but I was pushing because I was high. I could have went earlier, but one Spanish guy with the pink Nibiuk, he went first and I went with him. The lower guys started pushing with us, and they had some more tailwind, I think. We had some more crosswind up higher, so they started passing me a bit, I think, on the bottom. I don't even know, I haven't checked the result, but I'm happy. It was a good task.
So Germany were in the top 5 after the test 7. So are you optimistic about the team's chances?
You asked me a difficult question. I haven't checked the results, so I don't know. I don't know. We will see. It's all very close, and I would need to do some math to give you a good indication. But we did well. That's good.
So yeah, I'll try to change the question. So how are you feeling now regarding the tests and the competition in general?
Oh, great. I mean, I know we have done well as a team today, and I like the competition. The downside is sometimes long retrieve, but we fly every day. The organization is great, the people are nice, the food is top, so what else do you want?
That's great to hear that. So congratulations to your test today.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
So here we are back with Sara from the Croatia team. Sara, tell me a little bit about the task today. How was it?
Well, I started great among the first ones, but then I kind of missed the turn point. Then I had to go back a little bit, and I lost the first gaggle, but somehow I managed to come here, so I'm happy. And today it was really high, around 3,000. But sinkings were also great, like -5. But at the end, it just.
Did you have a chance to check your top speed?
Of course.
How much?
Around 70, I think. But I have to adjust my speed bar better.
So overall, how are you feeling about the competition, the tasks?
Well, overall, the tasks were beautiful and long, and now I'm exhausted. I kind of pray that in Saturday we won't fly. But yes, I'm exhausted. We arrive late, we go to sleep around 12, 12:30, so I'm pretty tired.
Is your first time competing in Spain or flying in Spain?
Yes, actually yes. Yes, it's the first.
Do you like it? The hot days and I don't know, the environment, the views?
Well, it's nice, but it's flatland, which I didn't expect. And there's a lot of olive trees, and it's difficult to get the glider down. You have to climb really high. I did it twice, but other than that, it's great.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Sara. So here we are with Christophe from the Switzerland team. Christophe, another good task for you, right?
Yeah, it was.
How did it go? Tell me a little bit.
It was beautiful today. It was super strong and yeah, exactly how I like it. Strong thermal, fast task, either fully accelerated or thermaling. So yeah, it's great.
So, any difficult sections?
Not today, no. If the weather is like this and you stay high, then it's super easy, actually.
And today, actually, because they're really high, right?
Oh, yeah.
How high did you get?
I don't exactly know, but way over 3,000, I think, yeah.
So, the wind helped today a little bit?
Wind, no, not too much actually. We were high, so wind wasn't a big issue for us. In the lower layer it was. A friend of mine was low and he reported 25k winds down there, which is a lot. Up at altitude we didn't have that much wind.
And how was your average speed, do you know?
Average overall, I'm not sure. 40 maybe.
The top one, the top speed.
Well, top speed 70, 80k, yeah.
Wow. Did you see anything about the collision?
Yeah, I saw. Actually, I saw the red Sino, which was hit by another guy apparently, and I saw that one collapsing and in the backfly going down through the thermal, and then I didn't see him anymore, and apparently he hit another glider which then went into two-piece. I haven't seen that, but I've seen then once two reserve opened, so yeah, that's what I've seen.
Awesome, thanks so much.
Welcome, thank you.
So here we are with Rui from the Portuguese team. Rui, just give me a quick overall of the task today.
So for me, the task was always leading, always going in front. Me and Yassen. I thought I'm not having a good competition, so I was just for fun. So yeah, I went always trying to lead, but I always got caught by the group, and I would always leave the thermal first. At some point I led the whole competition again, and then I got low. I had to get a small a thermal not as good as the day was giving. So yeah, they all catch up, and then last thermal I was under them, so I had to scrap a bit until I get the best part of the thermal and get here.
Yeah. Did you find any trick situation up there?
No, I know somebody hit somebody. I don't know what happened, but I was always in the lead. I didn't see anything behind it, basically.
Awesome. Thanks so much. So here we are at the goal with Yassen from Bulgaria.
Hi.
First of all, congratulations to your task today.
Thank you.
It's awesome for me.
Thank you.
First question is your lead out point strategy worked today. So congratulations. How did you think that today differed from the other days?
I wasn't thinking too much. I didn't have any special strategy. I do what I do always. I attack. That's all I want to do, pretty much. So just today it worked. So yeah, not much strategy. I'm in the ranking. I'm so far behind that it really doesn't matter. I just want to have fun, and today was really fun.
Awesome, yeah. So, and how do you interpret the day? Like how?
Well,
just about your strategy, looking around the day.
Today, before the start, we climbed much higher than any other day. I think about 1,000 meters higher. Normally, we were around 1,700-800 at the start. Today was maybe 2,700-800. So from the get-go, I realized that it's a very good day, and I don't need to stop in the children's thermos. You know, the thermos for children. Today I needed the thermos for adults only. So I did a really long glide without turning from 2,700 to the ground. There I started just floating in the beginning of the hills, and then I got the best thermal of the day. It was like maybe 5 meters or so average, something like that. It was the best thermal I've had in the whole comp, and that's when the difference happened, and I escaped, and they just caught me just before the final glide. So
today is your first task that you win in the competition. How are you feeling?
Pretty normal. I mean, I'm not really fighting for any ranking in the comp, so it's fun, that's all.
Did you have a chance to see your speed?
At the end?
At the top speed. Because I've heard that some pilots got like 100 km per hour.
No, I think they were speaking like fishermen, you know, about how big the fish was, but I don't think so. No, I think the top speed was maybe 75 or so for me at the end, something like that. I don't know, it doesn't matter.
Awesome. Thanks so much, mate.
Sure.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
So here we are with Marcelo from the Spanish team. First of all, congratulations to your task today.
Thanks a lot.
Hold on. Okay, well done for the leading on the final glide. What shaped your decision for the leading on the final glide?
Well, right before the last turn point, I saw that Honorin was attacking, and I climbed a little bit more on a thermal that I had, and I went to chase him after that, and I ended up on the top of the group. And after that I caught another thermal, so I managed to overclimb everybody. So we were like 4 or 5, and at that point I looked at the instrument and it said that I needed a 10-to-1 glide ratio to goal. So I said, okay, maybe I need another one. So I started to push, but a little bit behind the group, and when they caught the thermal, I went over them. I climbed, and when I saw it was like 7 to 8 glide ratio to goal, so I said, let's go, and I went for it. But in the end, Yassen overtook me. He already had the win because he had the biggest amount of leading points, but I wanted to be the first on goal. But he overtook me for 1 second or something like that. Congratulations to him. I'm happy anyway.
Yeah, that would be my second question actually. If your instruments did tell you that you would make it or not.
The thing is that the glide we did before, the last one, was super bad. So my instrument was saying that I was arriving with 100 meters over goal, something like that. So I was a little bit more conservative than I should, because I wasn't expecting this. By the time we got here, it was super strong, climbing everywhere, and I think I arrived to goal with 1,000 meters in the end. So, yes.
So as you said, on the final meters, Yassen just... Wow, they just passed by here. Yassen just caught you in the final meters.
Yes.
How hard you were on the speed bar?
As much as I could. I think I need to trim my glider because I think it's a little bit low. I couldn't push anymore. I promise I didn't release.
Sounds good. Awesome. Thanks so much. Congratulations to your task.
Thanks a lot.
Can you tell us your name and where you're from?
Yeah, Steve Senior. I'm from Team GB. I live in France, but British.
British, through and through. And what's your job here?
My job is team leader here, so I'm not flying. Some of the team leaders are actually flying as well, but my job is logistics on the ground.
Okay. And Team GB is leading the nation's competition. How do you feel about that?
Well, dreadful, of course. And we're delighted. We're very excited about that. We were close to the top in the early days and second behind the French. And then the French had a bad day and we had a much better day than them that day. And so we're comfortably ahead just now, but not comfortable enough. We should always be watching out.
So you think the Slovenians or the French can still come back?
We've got a roughly 150 points on the French. The Slovenians are something like 10 points behind the French themselves. The Slovenians are third. So we've got a cushion. Yeah. We need to manage that for the next couple of days.
Okay, so what's your strategy for the next 2 days? What are you planning? Do they change? Or, I mean, it's quite a difficult position to be in the lead. The pressure is suddenly on.
No, we don't feel the pressure in that. Our objective is we take each day as it comes. The strategy will not be different. The strategy is clearly no major mistakes, get 2 in goal in the early part of the task, and fly for the day. The key message put around the team is make the decision you need to make at the time.
Okay. And we were talking earlier about communication. How does the British team communicate in the air? Are they talking a lot? How do they work together as a team?
They work very strongly. We spent a lot of time in the early days, practice days, and during the early part of the comp in improving the quality of the communication, as in the sound. It's between the key communication is between the scoring pilots, who are talking among themselves.
Remind us who the scoring pilots are on Team GB.
Seb, Dylan, and Martin.
Okay.
And Mags, of course.
Yeah.
But she's on a photon and therefore tends to be further behind. Mm-hmm. But she's a valuable team member. If the other 3 don't get in for some reason, she'll score for the team.
Yeah, brilliant.
So going back to your communication question, the idea is they talk among themselves for what information, as in let's push on. I've got a good climb here. There's a better line to your left. Whatever it is they want to talk about, I don't get involved in that.
Okay, fine. And Seb Espina, he's in this amazing position of second, I think, still. We spoke to him yesterday. As team manager, can you offer Seb any advice? What's the feeling around that? What's
simple,
the process?
very simple.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Not at all. Okay, Seb knows best.
And I wouldn't ever get involved in affecting his mindset before or during a task.
Okay.
End of story.
So he just hands off, let him perform.
Yeah, let the team perform like that.
Yeah.
I have nothing to add to how they fly a task. It would only make it worse.
Okay. Also, we were talking earlier about your history in competition. You flew a lot for about 15 years in competition. How have competitions changed between those in the last 20 years?
Just enormously.
Yeah. Okay.
I think two elements to it. The wings,
of course,
are better in so many different ways, both safety as well as performance, and the technology around your instrumentation, giving you better information, better visual information as well, and what you have to do during a task. The whole process of checking in at the end is you just hand your tracker in now. None of this stuff. So it's better for the pilots. What else has changed? I think the general pilot experience is a lot higher. There's a lot more good pilots. It's hard to be the very top. And I think the organisers themselves set better tasks, more complex tasks.
Yeah. So what do you think we'll be looking at for a task for today?
I don't know what the task is going to be, but knowing that the weather is going to turn sour at the end of the day, I anticipate a shorter task with a goal that's not so far away. The forecast is for winds to pick up strong southerly southwesterly winds at the end of the day, and some big clouds and big overdevelopment. So I think they'll have a task, which is a valid task, but tomorrow's looking better.
Excellent. Okay. And do you think we'll see this competition finish with over 1,000 kilometres?
I've got no idea how far we've got so far.
We've done 875.
Yes, I would say so. I think we cannot have less than 70k tasks for the next couple of days, because otherwise we won't get 1,000 points. So if you double that, we pass the 1,000k mark.
Okay, and here's a cheeky question. How's your relationship with the French team and the team manager and things?
Really good.
Really good.
Julien's a super guy. We talk French together. It's an easy relationship. He's quite open, and so am I. So clearly we don't talk tactics, but he's a super guy and we get on well.
Excellent. All right, well, best of luck today.
Thank you very much.
I hope to see you on the podium.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheers.
Cheers.
Excellent.
I'm here with Anna Tabera, Team Romania, now third woman overall. How was your task yesterday?
Yesterday it was a beautiful day with high cloud base finally, and with strong thermal, strong lifts and a bit of turbulence, but a good day to fly. Like the 100k weren't enough.
Okay. How did you, when you came around turn point 3 and you had the tailwind?
Yeah.
How fast were you flying?
I didn't look at the instruments. I was so focused on keeping the glider up because it was a bit rough in some moments, and I didn't look, but at some point I was, I think, 70 or something, and yeah, it was fast.
Yeah, and you came third woman into goal, I believe, ahead of...
I didn't check, it might be, but we arrived, a lot of pilots, more or less in the same time.
Yeah.
So I was a bit behind the first gaggle.
Yeah. And so you're Romanian team leader, you're one of 3 female team leaders.
Yeah.
How did you get selected?
It's part of the Romanian selection process. I am right now the highest ranking woman in Romania, so like this I qualified.
Okay, but to become team leader?
Like the boys, they refuse to take responsibilities and they are more in the background, so like this I step in, and I think usually women are a bit better in making ties and having a group than men. They would prefer to sleep a bit more in the morning.
So, yeah. Okay. So that makes me laugh because I know that experience.
So that's how we become. There is no. We are a team, but we are a team like friends.
Okay. And so do you have like group meetings? Do you have group tactics?
Yeah, we talk about this is new for us. We don't work as much as a team, but this year we started working as a team, and we did a bit of task debriefing and task briefing before, and we did also debriefing after the task to see how it went. And
And before do you fly as a team or are you flying as individuals?
We are trying to fly as a team. It's not that easy. We don't have that much experience. The team is quite new in this format, so we don't know each other that much. But if we end up together, we try to fly together and at least send some information from one to another.
Okay. One of your colleagues on the team had to deploy their parachute yesterday and landed safely. Are they okay?
Yeah, he was okay. He had a big collapse and he was low. The glider didn't open as he wanted, and because he was low and he was in some kind of lee, he just deployed the rescue because he didn't hesitate it. So that was the best decision because he was low.
Well, he also told us at registration that it was a new glider to him.
But he reacted. Like when you're low and you have big asymmetric on a CC glider, if the glider doesn't open and you have big cravat, the the wise thing to do is just to deploy the rescue. He was maybe 300, 400 meters over the ground, and he was in turbulent air, so that was the safe option.
No, I mean, we were just so thrilled to hear that he's fine. So he's flying today?
No, he will not fly for the rest of the competition. He said that he doesn't feel like pushing, and there is no reason to push.
Well, as long as he's fine, that's the most important thing.
He came as he will be the supporter here in the takeoff.
Oh, great.
To cheer us up.
Excellent, excellent. Well, thank you so much, and good luck for the next 2 tasks.
Thank you.
And go Team Romania.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, can you tell us your name and where you're from?
My name is Joachim Oberhauser, and I'm from north part of Italy. I'm flying for the Italian team, and I'm living in the center of the Dolomites.
That's an amazing place to live and fly.
Yes, there are many special places in the world for flying, but I think the Dolomites are really spectacular.
Spectacular. Now you're also former world champion.
Yes, but it was some years ago. No,
when was it?
It was 2019.
Okay.
And I started competing in 2007 in World Cup. So some years
you've had
now.
A long career.
Yeah, long career.
How are you finding flying here, the flatlands, the hills, the olives, compared to the Dolomites?
It's not really flat, and that I think it's the difficult on this place, that you have small hills, you know not really exactly where it's triggered. And otherwise, on the other hand, I like it because it's good, it's not turbulent, it's a safe place, I think, to fly. And
you've
I
flown
like
a lot. You've flown a lot.
We're flying a lot, yes. I think last time we flew many tasks like this. It was on the World Championship in Macedonia, who I won.
Oh, was it? Okay, cool. And where are you in the rankings at the moment?
I start with 2 beginner mistakes. So one day I lost the start. So I go back.
Wait, you missed it?
I missed it completely. I missed the start, 3 Ks back. Second or fourth task, I missed 1 turn point. So it was classic beginner mistakes. At this time I am on 17th place. With these 2 big mistakes, it's okay. And one bomb out at the end of speed. So it's okay. We have 2 more tasks. And we see what happened.
How was yesterday?
Yesterday was good. Yesterday I missed maybe the last thermal. I would do a bit of mistake, but it was okay. It was nice condition, strong condition. It was finally a bit of zigzag or something like not only one way, and it was nice.
Cool. We just saw you having a laugh there with Yassen. About his style, which is always to push out. It really paid off yesterday.
Yeah, I think I love Yassen because he's unique and he's really a legend. And his style really paid off completely yesterday. We saw him low on the first turn point, and I say what he's doing, and then he get a really bomb, and he was always 1 turn in front. And I'm happy for him that he won the task yesterday because he's flying really good.
Cool. And how is Team Italy doing?
Yeah, Team Italy has doing basically these 2-3 mistakes. Without these mistakes, we were on top 3, I think, something like this. When mistakes happen, then you know what you have done wrong. Of course, if with the pace, we have the pace, and we see what's happened the next 2 days.
Okay. Because with the team competition, the nations competitions, there are no discards, so all mistakes count.
I think personally, my opinion is that we need a discard on team 2. Last World Championship in France show it, and every time can happen something with a team. I think we should think about to have a team discard.
Cool. And so what are you hoping for today? What's the weather forecast looking like?
Weather forecast today is looking good. A bit windy, but nothing special. Cloud base high. Tomorrow will be a bit more difficult, but anyway, we have for sure 2 tasks.
Excellent. All right, well, have a great day, and thank you for talking to us. Cheers. Thank you.
Hello, I'm here with Yannis from Greece.
Yes, I am Greece.
And he's going to tell me about his race in Greek. So how was yesterday?
Φανταστικά. Ήταν η πρώτη μέρα εχθές που έβαλα γκολ. Διότι για μένα το τερέν αυτό είναι πρωτόγνωρο. Πετάω συνήθως βουνά. Οπότε ήμουν πολύ χαρούμενος εχθές που έβαλα γκολ.
And how has the competition been so far?
Excellent διοργάνωση, πάρα πολύ καλή διοργάνωση. Όλα είναι στην εντέλεια. Συγχαρητήρια.
And how is the spirit in Team Greece?
Είμαστε αγαπημένοι φίλοι, πετάμε πολύ καλά στην Ελλάδα, αλλά το επίπεδό μας είναι πολύ χαμηλό ακόμη. Θέλουμε πολλή δουλειά για να ανέβουμε. Είμαστε κυρίως διασκεδαστές και γι' αυτό ήρθαμε.
And will you come back to Pegalajar?
Με την πρώτη ευκαιρία θα ξανάρθουμε. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ για τη φιλοξενία.
Okay, good luck for today, and I hope to see you in goal.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning, Stefan Mihai. Normally, I go with different questions about to recap about task, about the day, so on, so on. Today, I'm gonna give it just up to you. Whatever you want to tell us is all okay. Just go ahead.
Hello, my name is Stefan Mihai from Team Romania. Yeah, yesterday I threw the reserve. I think it's a very hard competition. After a few days, you feel very tired and tired and tired. And I felt that in these last 2 days, just wrong decisions. And yeah, yesterday I make it. My first reserve was nice. Yeah, but I'm okay. I'm here.
All right, all right. And then finally, after that, you decided it's okay for me. I think even though we have 2 days ahead to more competition, but
yes, yeah, I think now it's better for me to rest these 2 days and stay and do nothing because yeah, I'm tired.
Perfect, perfect. Okay, that was. I mean, if you can look at, he's always the whole 2 weeks of competition. He always has been like he is now, smiling with this open smile. He has laughing super easy. Laugh. So let me tell you, he was one of the guys that you really want to meet every day, every morning, just cheering you up. So we are very happy to having you in this competition. And definitely we were looking forward to see you again. Thank you very much.
For sure, we will see you again.
Thank you. Okay, morning, Jozef Molek.
Good morning.
I would like to ask you, this long competition, day 9, so it has been for all of us a very long competition. I think by now we are a bit tired. So how is it going for you?
Until yesterday, it was, let's say, good. Not very satisfied with my results before, but still okay. But yesterday I have really unlucky day with bad decisions, maybe some bad luck on the lines, and I bombed out. Generally, I'm now, let's say, I'm not really satisfied with my results on the competition, but otherwise the competition is, let's say, organized on a really high level. Everything is fine. We have nice support from the organization. So, yes, thumbs up for this. Here, we will see. We still have 2 days more to go. I hope that I can make some small steps forward on my ranking.
Excellent. And in particular, today that is day 9. I mean, what expectation do you have for today?
I hope that weather will hold on. I mean, I checked some weather forecast. Maybe it can be quite windy later in the day, but I hope that there will be a little less wind as forecasted, so we still can have a nice task. And of course, I'm hoping for the best performance from my side on this day.
Excellent. So thank you very much, Jozef Molek, and good luck today.
Yeah. Thank you for interviewing me. Thank you very much.
Joanna, good morning. We are in day 9 after this long competition. It is still not stopping. We fly almost not every day. Joanna, I would like to ask you, after task number 8, how was that task for you?
It was okay. It was fast, and I got to go not as fast as I would expect to, but it was okay anyway. and it was really a good day. We were very high all the time, and it was fine. I think it was the best day.
All right. And overall, in the competition, how is going for you, and how does it feel?
Well, I did excellent first 3 days, and it was even over the expectations for me. But then the next 3 were like not good enough. I would expect more from myself, but now I think I'm going again to start to be good.
All right. And finally, today, day 9 of the whole competition, and I don't know about the forecast. You check anything, or what do you have to expect?
I haven't checked. My friends tell me that it will be more windy than yesterday, which is like a bit worrying. But as far as the task goes here, it's even with the wind, the tasks are good, so it should be okay.
Excellent. So thank you very much, and good luck today.
Thanks.
I'm here with Abel Varga from Team Hungary. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
We've been trying to chase you for an interview, but you're as fast on the ground as in the air.
Yes, I like to push. Sometimes even more than it would be good, and that's why I bombed out yesterday as well.
But you were ahead.
Yes, this is my style.
Okay, so a bit like Yassen and Rui,
yes,
pushing ahead. Okay, and the conditions suit you here?
Sweet, I don't...
The conditions, like the thermal strength, you like it?
Yes, yesterday was pretty strong. In the mountains, even 8 meters per second. It was really nice conditions.
You broke the Hungarian distance record.
Yes.
But 2 weeks ago?
Something like this, yes.
What's the new record?
It's 330.
Wow, that's a big flight.
Yes.
And now, well, if you know that you can fly that far, does it help you with your confidence?
I think it is easier to make my own route because I have experience in sea and I prefer to fly alone. I don't really like the gaggle, that's why I usually push away from the gaggle. If I feel the thermal a bit weaker, I don't hesitate to push immediately. Okay. And I think the XC, I forget the word, sorry. Experience helps me to make my own choices by the route.
Yesterday, were you in the flatlands or in the mountains?
Both.
Okay, well, we watched you.
Oh, well, in the beginning, do you mean?
Yeah.
I was on the flatland.
And did you see the French team going to the mountains?
Yes.
And were you tempted to follow them?
Not really. I saw 3 flyers on the mountain and they were not too high. And I said, let's try on the flatlands. We flew there a few days ago and it worked well. So I said, let's try it.
Well, and I'm sorry it didn't work out for you because we were watching you going ahead. I wish you would have made it to goal. Hopefully today.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm here with Aleksandar from Team Macedonia.
Yeah.
How are you?
Hi, great, feeling great here. It's good to be here with the best European pilots. Pleasure to fly together with them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yesterday you had a little bit of equipment problems.
Yeah, actually my zipper from the reserve opened up by itself and I had to cancel my flight, unfortunately. I tried to fly, but it was not possible. Too much drag here and there, so yeah. Really.
Best to be safe, always.
Yeah.
And how's the rest of the competition been for you?
Well, I have my ups and downs. Some tasks I fly pretty good, I would say. Some tasks also good, but in the end, 2 tasks on the final glide, I made some bad calculations, so I landed up short, but it's still good at the end of the day. Yeah.
And how's it been going for Team Macedonia as a whole?
Okay, it was not like on the Worlds when we were third, but it was going pretty good at the beginning. But unfortunately, Martin had to cancel his competition, and then we are struggling a bit with points, but we are still good with the result, I think.
And who's taken over as team leader?
Well, our team leader is a guy from Macedonia that is from our club, and he's actually helping us with all of the things here in Pegalajar, from preparing and retrieval and everything.
So, but he's not here?
No, he's here.
Ah,
he's
okay,
here.
okay,
Yeah.
right. Because Martin was your team leader.
Yeah, Martin was our team leader and a pilot, yeah.
Mhm.
But we have a spare team leader.
You brought a backup. That's clever.
Yeah.
Okay, and how do you sort out the team tactics? Do you try to fly as a team or do you fly individually?
Yeah, we are flying actually both for individually and teams, but now I think that our only chances for let's say good result are individually only, especially for Darko. He's good, like I think 5th overall, and Georgi and myself are a bit behind, but we will try to fly the rest of the tasks pretty good.
Okay, and so you're enjoying being in Pegalajar?
Yeah, always. I was here last year. Great thermals, I don't know, amazing landscape, and it's always challenging to find the best core and the best lines because it's all up to that.
And how does this competition compare to last year?
I think I'm a bit better this year, me personally, because I know the place, how it works, and yeah.
So the experience of being here before has helped you a lot?
Definitely, yeah, definitely.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I wish you best of luck for today.
Thank you.
And tomorrow, the final tasks.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Yeah.
I'm here with Florian from Norway. And you had a great day yesterday.
Yeah, it was fantastic. I think it was the best condition so far that we had, and it started with a fantastic thermal just 3 minutes before the start. We were climbing with 4 meters per second all the way to 2,500 meters. I was a bit worried about the first leg because it was into wind, but everything worked perfectly, and we were getting thermals that were stronger and stronger and stronger on the way. And of course there were some incidents on the way, but luckily nobody was injured. Everybody is safe, and the guys, they are flying today, so all is good. It's part of the sport in a way, things that we have to avoid. And I'm looking forward for the next 2 flying days because that will conclude a fantastic competition. This is the best flying I had so far in a competition, and I think we will have records in terms of kilometers and flying hours and smiles.
Well, if we have 2 more tasks, we hope that we'll have set 1,000 kilometers worth of tasks.
Isn't that fantastic?
It's amazing,
yeah.
Absolutely amazing.
So I think this European Championship will do in history like a huge success for the sport.
Yeah, and overall you've enjoyed the conditions here in Pegalajar?
Yes, it was flying the best. I would come anytime here for a competition. I'm already looking for the calendar for next year, but I think this period of the year it's fantastic here, and I will be back. I'm sure they will organize more and more events here, and it's a good playing ground for competitions.
Fantastic, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
You like that?
Yeah, my friend.
Then you know it's too much pressure.
I don't like the end of that one.
No, but most of the time it's just
letting it go, yeah.
And someone goes because it's just okay. So
I'm here this morning with Peter from Slovakia, the only Slovak pilot.
Unfortunately.
And yesterday you had a good day, your best task so far.
Yeah. Finally we got a good thermals and with quite a good strength, so the flatlands was working nicely. And so for me that's the best conditions. I'm pretty struggling with the weekdays, so yeah, quite a lot of learning since this is my just first FAI 1 competition. So yeah.
So and once you rounded the first turn point, you were flying a bit into wind. How was that leg for you?
Oh, that's usually no problem for me, since we get a pretty good altitude, and I was able to keep with the gaggle. So, yeah.
And then when you came past turn point 3, you then had a massive tailwind.
Yeah.
How many times did you have to turn on that leg?
I think I just first took the turn point and then went back. I lost a few minutes over there because I thought it will be easy thermal over that mountain over there, but we saw a huge smoke from, blown by the wind, so I was afraid what would be happening over there. But it was kind of okay. I didn't have any struggles over there, so yeah.
Yes, and then you got to goal, and when I saw you yesterday evening, you had a big smile.
Oh, yeah. Well, yesterday I was kind of able to keep doing the gaggle, so that was my main task for this competition. Since I'm flying quite a not perfect equipment, but like it's still good that I can be here and enjoy the time with all those good pilots. So, yeah.
Yeah, how's the whole competition as a whole been for you?
Oh well, I spent a week before comp over here, and I love the place and love the people, and the organization is very nice, and Spanish people are very charming, so that's I'm enjoying that every moment. And yesterday we got a paella on the huge plate, so that was very nice and very yummy. So.
Good, so you'll be back?
Yeah, for sure.
Excellent. Yeah. Well, I mean, I said at the beginning that you're the only Slovak pilot here.
Yeah.
How does it feel to have the burden of your country's expectations on your shoulders?
Well, I'm kind of focusing on not thinking about that so much.
Sorry to remind you.
No, it's okay. It's okay. You know, I do my best, and unfortunately, some better pilots than me didn't arrive and everything. So, I can do just my best, and it's a nice experience to be also team leader, because then I get a lot of inside info in the team leader meetings and whatsoever. So it's an interesting experience. I kind of expected that it will be not so important to have a team, you know, I just can be by myself, but I realized that a lot of people are just helping them, and it's much easier for them when they are group people and they can share the information and everything. So I'm tightly cooperating with the Czech Republic guys, you know, so that's my what I get. Yeah.
And I mean, they've got some very, very experienced pilots. And obviously Petra, multiple world champion, multiple super final winner. You know, getting advice from her must be very useful.
Yeah, well, even the guys, they are very nice, and I'm happy that they are sharing information with me. I have a support from a friend of mine, Emil Červenan from Slovakia, who is messaging me what to do, what to don't, you know, and so yeah, I think next time it will be way better with me and results and everything. So I hope.
Great. Well, go Team Slovakia.
Yeah, well.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you as well.
Cool. Can you tell me your name and where you're from?
I'm Mario Trgovec. I'm a team leader from Croatia.
Lovely. You enjoying Pegalajar?
Yeah, it's a great place.
You had good flying?
Yeah, we have good flying, good conditions, all days.
Excellent.
It's very, very nice.
How is the team doing?
In competition, not so well, but we are finding our ways.
Okay. And how did you do yesterday?
One of guys is made goal, but the other guys, they didn't go very well, and the Sara is advancing the best.
Okay, cool. And what about today? What are you hoping for today?
Oh, we are push harder and we will see what we get.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about the flying in Croatia. Where do you fly? What is the flying like there?
We usually there have flatland flying, so it's similar like here.
Yeah.
Little hill, little flatland, so it's very similar like in our country.
Okay. And are you enjoying? So has that helped you, coming from Croatia, where you fly the flatlands, to flying flatlands?
No, the pilots feel safer than in Alps, so
okay.
It's best for them.
Good. And how is the team? How is the feeling in the team?
Yeah, I'm keeping them feel well, feeding them and get all my best for them.
Okay. Are you staying here in Pegalajar or?
No, we have some hacienda.
You have a hacienda
in near the Torres.
Okay, cool. And how do you decompress after the flying day? How do you chill out?
Just sitting and talk and drink some soft drinks and.
Okay. And do you do as a team? Do you work together well as a team? Do you do debriefing?
I think so. We have good relation.
Yeah, cool. And who is your star pilot? Who is doing the best?
The Tony Anton.
Okay.
Is the best, and he's pulling a lot.
Yeah.
Like the Sara. Sara is also his daughter, and he pulling her very well.
Excellent. Okay. So that's a father and daughter.
Yes. Yes.
Ah, I didn't know that.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So they're both flying here together.
Yes.
Ah,
Yes.
right. We should. They don't want to talk to us on the camera.
No.
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 We should get a picture and to have a chat off camera. That would be good. Oh, I didn't know father and daughter. So did he teach her to fly? Or?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ah, okay. How old is she?
25.
25. Okay. So they've been flying a long time.
Well, maybe 7, 8 years.
Okay.
Yes. Maybe more.
Good. Good. Have you got a message for your friends back at home? If you want to look at the camera and say in Croatian, say hello.
Pozdrav Hrvatskoj. Evo, trudimo se koliko najbolje možemo. Sve je ok i vidit ćemo još pitih par dana što možemo napraviti. Pozdrav.
Perfect. All right. Well, listen, have a great day today and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Excellent. Cheers, Mario.
Cheers.
I'm here with Grant, Team GB. How are you doing?
I'm okay, getting tired now. It's coming towards the end, isn't it? It's been difficult conditions for me, so I have struggled this comp most definitely. Yeah, I found working the low down thermals for myself, I found very, very hard. As soon as I get high, I'm a lot more comfortable, and I'm certainly struggling to read the lines. I feel like I'm reading them really badly and getting a lot of sync. But I've enjoyed yesterday's task, and the day's before task was much, much better. Made goal, albeit slow, but I did make goal, so far better than bombing after turn point 1, which is always infuriating.
You had a bit of a technical problem yesterday.
Only a little technical problem, yeah. I took off fine, and just after turn point 1 I had a little collapse that gave me a tension knot in the brake line, which I didn't realise at first, and I had about 20-25 collapses every time I went on bar, and I was like, what is going on? And eventually I looked up and I was like, and I had about that much of the upper brake casque on taut up, so that the left hand tip was all bunched up. I was like, that explains that then. And so I came off the bar a bit and got into goal, but it happens, doesn't it? What can you do?
Well, you still got to goal, so that's pretty impressive.
So it happens, yeah. So, but Spain, the curse of Spain. I've had 3 comps, and I found all 3 comps in Spain difficult, but it's the way to get better, isn't it? To do more. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, will you come back?
Yeah. Well, I guess so, yeah. I mean, certainly if there's comps here, I mean, the only way I'm going to get better is by doing it. So, yeah, and I certainly need to improve in this sort of like the blue, hazy conditions that we get in Spain. So, yeah, got to do it, got to get back.
Well, I hope today goes really well for you and tomorrow as well. Thank you so much.
Cheers.
Marketano video from Romania. I would like to ask you about yesterday's task, how it was for you.
Quite good, I would say. I arrived early in goal. I mean, the second group, like 3 minutes after the winner. The day was really good. I mean, I think it was the strongest day so far. The cloud base was very high, and yeah, looks like today will be even better, at least from the forecasts.
Yeah, okay. And so far, overall in the competition, how is going for you? How do you feel?
I did all the goals, so I think one of the objectives is completed so far. I'm on a 50th position. And to be honest, is better than I was expecting. So yeah, I'm quite happy about it.
All right, and like you said, now you also expect maybe because the forecast also today another good day.
Yeah, at least from looking at the forecast, is even a stronger day than yesterday, and looks like there will be a cloud base like 3,000 meters, even higher. So let's hope, finger crossed, that will be like that.
All right, and also tomorrow we're gonna fly again. So were you expecting that so far after these 2 we were able to fly every single day?
Yeah, it's crazy, to be honest. You know? So, sometimes you're hoping that you won't fly every day, but yeah, here was the weather was quite good. Tasks were really long, you know. Flying every day, yeah, it's nice. It's nice. I mean, I've never had this kind of competition so far. I've did 2 weeks competition, but never so many flying days in a 2-week competition.
Okay, I think by now most of the pilots are just noticing the tire being tired, right?
It is like that, and to be honest, I see this also at the organizers. You know, they also look tired.
I can tell. I'm looking forward to say,
yeah, everyone,
okay, can we just stop, please?
Everyone is is tired, but yeah, let's hope the competition will go on like this without big incidents. There were some rescues yesterday, but everyone is good. So I think that's the most important at the end of the day, whatever the results and everything else.
Okay, thank you very much, and then good luck today.
Thank you. Let's hope so.
Can you tell us your name and where you're from?
Yassen from Bulgaria.
Fantastic, and congratulations, you won the task yesterday.
Thanks.
How did you do that?
The usual way, just going for it. I go for it every time, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Yesterday it worked.
You have this style, which is exactly that. You go for it, you're very often leading out, we see you leading out. Sometimes you bomb, sometimes it pays off. Yesterday it paid off. Everybody else, the rule is, stick with the gaggle, stick with the gaggle. Is it impossible for you to stick with the gaggle?
No, it's possible, but it's not really fun, because it's like, the difference is like between driving in some third world traffic, where you have to watch all the time that you don't crash with people, and you have to go in their way, and I don't know, that's in the thermal. And then when you're going, you're just looking at the people, focusing on them and all that. And me, I like more cross-country style, especially when I'm in front. It gives me kind of a high.
Gives you a high,
yeah.
So you don't feel the pressure, it actually helps you. It's like Kriegel.
I'm super relaxed. I'm super relaxed when I'm in front, because when I'm following, even if it's one or two people, it stresses me out. I'm always thinking, I'm not doing as well as them, stuff like that, and yeah, it's more fun.
It's more fun. Cool.
It's about kind of self-expression more.
Yeah. And you were European champion.
A long time ago,
10 years ago, something like that?
12.
12 years ago?
Yeah.
Okay. And tell us a little bit about your progression into flying. When did you start?
I started 26 years ago, when I was 15 years old.
Okay.
And I was just flying in Bulgaria, and then I started flying all over the world. And once I became good, I think after my first and second years of World Cup, I became quite good. Then I think I started believing a bit too much in myself, and I started attacking all the time.
Okay.
And then my results weren't so good anymore, I think. So that's kind of a short version, maybe.
Yeah, no, that's good. So here's a question that I wouldn't ask everyone, but I think, with you, you've already said it's about the feeling, almost the soulfulness of being out there and pushing.
Mm-hmm.
What does paragliding competition mean to you?
Well,
beyond the results, beyond the...
Well, you have to have in mind my background. I'm from Bulgaria, which is a country without any high-level paragliding, So when I was there, I couldn't fly with anyone, generally speaking, So going abroad to competitions was the only way that I could share. I mean, I know I like to fly alone, but still, I fly with other people. I hang out on the takeoff, landing, whatever, and in the air. So it was the only way to share and to get better. And to me, it may seem paradoxical that in competition I always try to fly alone, but if I'm doing free flying, I don't like flying alone. I like sharing, I like flying with other people. So since I couldn't do that on my own, it was kind of unavoidable. It was logical that I would go into competition, and then I never stopped. Cool. It's really good fun.
Cool. And tell us a little bit about the flying in Bulgaria, because you have some amazing sites.
Yeah, well, for the last 3 or 4 years, I haven't been living there actually. In the summer, I'm in Italy. Okay. In the winter, I'm in Kenya. So I haven't been flying in Bulgaria, but I really miss it, because the flying it's a really nice combination of. It's kind of similar to here actually in a way, because it's a nice combination between flatlands, small mountains, and big mountains, and you have to be always thinking about that complexity of the terrain, and it's really good flying. Not nearly as much infrastructure as in Western Europe, you know. So going to a takeoff, you don't have so many choices, but it's I would say it's really high quality.
Yeah, okay. And just back to this competition, where are you sitting in the rankings?
I don't know. With the last somewhere.
Okay, with the last, I'm sure.
Yeah. No, really. I bomb out a lot, especially on the north. I have almost no hope they'll make the go when we go here. I always bomb out there.
Okay, so you've flown here before?
Yeah, last year.
Okay, cool. So you don't know where your rankings is. How's Team Bulgaria doing? You're the only one in Team Bulgaria, or there are more?
I had one teammate, but he was bombing out so much that he gave up and he went home.
Brilliant. All right,
I didn't even try to convince him to stay. I told him, I asked him, are you sure? I mean, you could have some nice days, you know, just like me. Don't give up, man. But I couldn't.
Brilliant. Okay. Listen, we'll end it there. Thank you very much. Have a
My
great
pleasure,
day
man.
today. Cheers.
Hello and welcome to the penultimate and 9th day of the European Paragliding Championships in Pegalajar. My name is Judith Mole and we'd like to welcome you to another hot and sunny day.
Hola, buenas tardes y bienvenidos al 9º día en estos 17º Campeonatos Europeos de Parapente en Pegalajar 2024. Mi nombre es Javi García y estoy encantado de estar un día más en este muy caluroso día que tenemos hoy.
So as usual, we would like to remind you just briefly of our broadcast schedule. We start every day at live with our recap and summary and analysis of the task. Half an hour before race start, which today is obviously 2:30. But before that, we always have an hour or maybe even an hour and a half of recap, goal interviews with the pilots that we've done in the morning, you know, talking about the previous day or their competition as a whole. So it's always worth tuning in the morning just to check out what the schedule for the broadcast is. And I would like to remind you that you can always contact us with comments in the YouTube chat section. We'll do our best to answer any queries that you may have. You can send us questions for Pilots in Goal. And every evening we do an 8 o'clock recap of the day. So if your friends and family can't stay with us live and want to know what's going on, please let them know that at 8 o'clock they can tune in for a recap of the day.
Alright, like every day, we would like now to say thanks to our sponsors. So starting with the leads, we say thanks to Xavi Berneda from Munich, to Diputación de Jaén, the Provincial Government of Jaén, Ayuntamiento de Pegalajar o Pegalajar Town Council, Comisión Técnica de Parapente, Spanish Paragliding Technical Commission, Federación Aeronáutica Española, Spanish Aeronautical Association, and finally, Nivuk Paraglider. To all of you, thank you very much. Now, short after, we're going to a quick video resume from yesterday. We leave you with the video, and short after we will continue with the recap from yesterday.
Ya hemos llegado a la octava manga de este campeonato de Pegalajar, Campeonato de Europa. Una manga de 100 kilómetros exactos. Hoy queremos hacer una manga rápida, con buena recogida, porque los pilotos empiezan a estar cansados y ya los equipos nos van demandando suavizar un poco las mangas. Es algo que hay que hacer porque la seguridad es lo primero, por supuesto, y se va notando, ¿eh? El cansancio se nota. De hecho, hoy ha habido alguna que otra incidencia sin consecuencias de ningún tipo, pero bueno. Y aunque teníamos un día fantástico de meteo, un día increíble para esta zona, teníamos techos de más de 3.500, pero al forzar una manga más corta no hemos aprovechado las condiciones del día, que no importa nada porque lo importante es lo que de verdad importa, ¿no? Tener a los pilotos contentos y seguros, eso es lo primero, ¿no? Una competición de parapente. Y bueno, pues nos quedan 2 días, que viene una meteo razonable, creo que también serán volables, y alcanzaremos 10 mangas de 10 con una media estratosférica de más de 100 km por manga.
I did a glide maybe 20 kilometers without turning. So from 2,700 to 700 maybe. And I was almost bombing out and then I didn't. And I got the best thermal that I have in the whole competition. It was maybe 5 meters per second all the way to 2,800. And then I was just flying alone until maybe 25 kilometers from here they caught me, but yeah, it was already done. Really nice conditions today.
Was finally the Pegalajar that I flew last year, like strong thermal, high cloud base, if we can call it cloud base, a bit of wind, quite a bit of wind, and amazing views. It was beautiful and so fast to fly.
Welcome back. So just going with a recap from yesterday, talking about the task number 8. It was a 100 kilometer task, just with a shape of a pentagon, going through 3 different turn points, and finally a big end of a speed section. It was a massive radius there that we're heading, and then we needed to go a bit gently back in a short 150 line to validate the goal. Mainly the main characteristic of yesterday's task was they had all the time inside this pentagon a lot of mountains just to find support on them, and also very interesting how they were changing completely direction depending how they're fencing into the wind. Because of that, we'll talk in a minute about different situations along the race. Now, about the weather, we can say as well that the weather was quite accurate yesterday.
Yeah, there was a few bits, where like the wind was stronger closer to ground level, but generally speaking, the way they designed the task, so that there would be some crosswind sections and then a massive downwind leg for like real speedy gliding, that all happened as predicted.
Yeah, but I think one of the things that for sure was happening was those strong thermals that we had, because they were reporting all the time beyond +5 and +6. So not with the clouds, maybe at the end, but no, as usual today we will see that it's going to be different. But again, a lot of things happening, just in very interesting things. So starting, just after the start point, we got this massive gaggle again, just making the move. Going towards the first turn point, but immediately we saw Yassen Sara just taking the lead. And where we thought, okay, we're gonna enjoy and this this task, we're gonna have a lot to say about it. Fly Master went off and just felt, it's and everybody was like, no. But the thing is, that is really important because it's not about us just telling you what's going on in the race. It's just imagine also for the race itself, for all the race direction and safety and retrieval and everything. Everybody was like, no, okay, we need to take it back. So we had, in order just to add something to say, we're trying to use an alternative, tracking system, but only we had them, the Spanish teams. Of course, it's not the way. So we try to say, no, we cannot do that. But we were lucky, and in minutes, just little by little, Fly Master came back, and we were able to resume the broadcast, and then we discovered that in the meantime, also many things were happening.
Yeah, we had several incidents, but we'll come back to those because there's lots of information that we can share with you that we learned after, yesterday's debrief and this morning's briefing, and also talking to the pilots themselves.
Well, what could I say? I mean, Yassen for softball. Yassen is, I think the man of the day was Yassen and Yassen. Every day we saw that Yassen just decided to play, being on his own, trying to push. Immediately he and Ruyaguiar, of course, there were also these two guys, the thermal finder and those weird line that they were taking those days behind, and now even yesterday. So they were pushing. Yassen just more, super strong, making distances. But yesterday, for example, one difference for Yassen was I never saw him as low as usual. I think also because the day was allowing everybody to stay higher. And Rui, for example, he also was on his own, but eventually was caught by the group, and just since then I think just remained with the group for the rest of the task. Yassen, yes, it was. And there, it was a moment at the very end of the leg. We will talk in a minute when basically he was with the group, but we will see how he made an incredible move at the very end. So continue. We said the really interesting part of the race when they arrived to some point 2, because mainly they were starting heading into the wind. Then they will have kind of a cross wind section when finally they made this turn point going toward east. Well, that was it. When we thought it was expected around 3 hours time for the whole task, because race direction told me, no, but the first part of the task is going to be into the wind, going to take a lot of 3 hours. But no, because when they arrived to turn point number 2, we saw how all of them, they were stretching and reaching 80, 82, 84, 86. A few pilots, not only Luis, reported Ruyaguiar 100 kilometers an hour. So that was basically the part of the race in which they managed just to reduce a lot the race time.
One of the features of yesterday was that the French team stuck to each other like glue. The day before they had a terrible day, but yesterday they were always together in the front gaggle, and if somebody moved, they moved as a team with them. So we always had Honorin, Maxime, Luc, Pierre, Julien Wirtz, all in the same group.
Yeah.
And when Yassen made the move towards turn point 3, they'd already caught him by that time, and Honorin actually managed to get to turn point 3 first.
Well, they really shown to us a completely different behavior. I mean, the behavior that we were witnessing just from the start of the competition. But it was for us really weird with that day, but not definitely yesterday. They say, no, sorry, we're back here. And as you did it saying, they were, as a group, as a team, well structured, keeping the distance in between them. Nobody was able to go really, really away from the other. That, allows and they were permanently just on the head of the race the whole time. Well, as I said, after turn point 3, there was 25 kilometers last leg towards goal, and in this one is when Yassen was caught by the group, and there was a moment when they were heading to they were in a thermal, and there was when I was guessing, I thought, I think that's going to be the last one, because they were pretty close. They were, I think, around something like 12 kilometers or so, and I thought, yeah, they have enough. And immediately Marcelo Sanchez made his move. Super aggressive attack, just heading out to goal. And actually, the very first reaction that we saw was Honorin. Honorin just break on the right and take position, keeping Marcelo on front of him on the left. And just the group behind Marcelo just decided to go just after him and keeping that position behind him. In the meantime, Honorin on the right was really reducing the distances. Even there was a moment when they are just flying completely parallel, and I thought, okay, but this is faster, so maybe Honorin is going to manage to pass Marcelo. But eventually, Honorin was just losing this position, and Marcelo was holding it. And in the meantime, I think just because the line that Marcelo was holding with this group, it was a bit better. The pilot just behind him, there was just shortened distances. And guess who? In between Honorin and between Marcelo, Yassen Savot appeared, and it just took this super nice position. And then I was talking to Marcelo, because Yassen was getting there, and in a moment when they were, I don't know, 500 meters away or something from goal, Yassen managed just to overtake, and there were no more reaction from Marcelo. Just keep pushing. So I don't know. And finally, Yassen made it first, followed by Marcelo and Honorin. And of course, the leading point that we're playing, they're crucial just to decide who won the task. Then but later on, when I was talking to Marcelo, I say, tell me that you have everything put on. And he say, you know me. I say, I needed no more answers. So definitely they were pushing with everything they got. So that was a super exciting sprint just to finish the task. It was really, really exciting. As a result, after
9 tasks, yesterday evening, because there was a problem with Flymaster, there was also a problem with the initial unofficial results, and it actually changed once the official ones were published. So I can reveal that on task 9, first was Yassen Savov from Bulgaria, second Honorin Armand from France, third Philip Haag from Germany, fourth Marcelo Sanchez from Spain, and fifth Julian Wirtz from France. We'd lost Constance on the scoring, not on the live tracking, but she was first in goal as usual. She's only not won one task so far. Second was Anca Tavera, very closely behind. She's from Romania. And third was Italy's Silvia Busi-Ferraris. So, the first nation in the task was Germany. Now, we've had 8 tasks, so that has an impact on the scoring.
Definitely. I mean, well, after task 8, I mean, in the overall, we have still the leader. That is impossible, to move at the moment.
Sorry, but just before you say that, FTP is the discard system, and it's 25%.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
So after 4 tasks, that means, we've had the 25%.
Correct.
So we can discard an entire task. We've now had 8 tasks, so we can discard a total of 2 tasks.
And by the end of the competition, it will be 2.5, which is a lot. So definitely that's going to affect. And the thing is, it's going to be like a last-minute effect. So
very much so.
Yeah.
So if you have this many tasks, to discard 2 of your worst is, it doesn't happen very often.
Yeah.
And it will make a big difference.
Definitely.
So overall results after task 8. First is still Maxime Pinot. He's held on to his lead. 24.5 points after him is still Joan Sebasospina from Britain. Still third, but only 2.3 points behind him is Honorin Amand. Fourth, Tilen Seglar from Slovenia with only 9.8 points behind Honorin. And in fifth place, still Darko Stankovski from Macedonia. And he is 1.7 points behind Tilen. So they're so close. I mean, it's going to be so interesting today and tomorrow, because they'll really be catching the one in front of them. And
Literally nothing.
Yeah, no, this is
it's
incredible.
a blink of an eye.
Yep. In the women's, it's a different story completely. Constance has got 5,651.3 points. Her closest follower, Eli Egger, is 732.3 points behind her. And Anca is 307.6 points behind Eli, so 1,000 points behind Constance. So that's going to be, I think, a competition for third place. Okay, so the teams that had all their pilots in goal yesterday was Germany, France, Switzerland, Italy, Great Britain, Romania, Norway, Belgium, Hungary and Turkey. And nations with only one pilot, but obviously the whole team in goal were Netherlands, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Estonia and Slovakia. So,
well, basically, it's really interesting at the moment how we're holding. Then, there was a slightly, a bit different here, but the nation ranking after task 9 is still Great Britain is in the first position, keeping distancing with France for more than 158 points. So France is second position, and on the third we have Slovenia behind France with 9.2 point differences, 15,387 points for them. And then we have Austria with behind Slovenia 117 points just behind. Finally Germany closing this top 5 behind Austria, only 15.6 points. That's nothing. That's also pretty close. So definitely they're going to be a battle for this third position. It's really interesting. So now we're going to talk about just today. So along the briefing, the mid director was telling us about those incidents. There were many things that were happening yesterday.
Yeah, we reported on it yesterday in the live broadcast, but we would like to give you an update so that you know what happened and also what the consequences of those incidents were. So the first one was the mid-air between Marko Milutinovi from Serbia and Robert Berg from Poland. Now, it wasn't an incident of aggressive flying and of them hitting each other. What happened was that Robert Berg had a massive collapse, and he had a full stall and he started to backfly. So he was flying backwards in a big gaggle, out of control, and couldn't see what was happening behind him and crashed into Marko. They briefly tangled, and as they separated, Robert Berg threw both his parachutes. And Marko had exactly the same incidents in France last year. He had a mid-air with somebody, massive hole in his glider, and he thought, can I salvage this? And he looked up, and again he had a massive hole in his glider. No more brake line, half the lines had been broken, so he had to throw his parachute as well. So they both landed totally uninjured, not a scratch on them. But obviously Marko has not got a glider anymore. Now, because it wasn't both fault. It wasn't the fault of either of the pilots. Marko has been given bonus points. So they've taken the average of the group of pilots that he was with at the time. The ones that reached goal, they've taken a low average of their points and given those points to Marko. Now, they haven't taken them from them. They've just used that as a baseline. So Marko was given 860 points for yesterday's task, so that he doesn't lose everything through no fault of his own. But he hasn't got a wing. So Julien Garcia from the French team has lent him his wing so that he can compete today. So there's going to be 2 number 5 wings in the air today. Yeah. But the Serbian leader, team leader got up at the briefing to thank the French team, because this isn't the first time that they've stepped up for Marco. Last year at the French competition, where Marco also had a mid-air and had his glider destroyed, the French team also came through for them. So the French very, very generously are helping out a pilot, well, Marco, to carry on. And Marco's been incredibly chilled about the whole thing. He's been really lovely.
Yeah.
So it's really nice to see a great outcome, and thank you very much to Team France for helping out.
Definitely, even though that, the dramatic of the situation, just to see how well just the outcome was, and finally this morning along the briefing, this good feeling of everybody, a lot of clapping, a lot of, really nice. The Serbian team leader just coming and really, I want to say thank you here in front of you to the friends. It was something really nice to witness, to stay there. So, yeah, that is the spirit. That it should be always. Well, I have the chance to interview today Stefan, the second, the third shooter that set reserve that was important. Let me tell you, this guy from Romania it's always the person that you want to meet every morning, because he's laughing easily with a smile every morning. He's such a nice person just to be next to. As soon as I was next to him, I asked him, I say, do you mind? And if for a moment he doubted, I say, no, let's do this. And it was one of the best interviews I had here along the competition. And he was, again, like Marco, he was just totally calm, totally just, that happened, and I lost. Very often it's what happened. You launch you shoot, and what you lose is the container back, and then you don't have any spare one. But there is no way you can put the reserve in, but how are you gonna fly? And he said, I don't have my container, so that's okay for me. I know that I have 2 more days, but I'm happy and satisfied, and just he was just sharing the time with his mate, and really nice, really calm.
But I mean, the cause of him throwing his chute was that he had a massive collapse.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, because yesterday condition, they were reporting all of that. Yesterday they were really strong thermals, all of them reacting really strong, and it could happen that you suffer as a completely different configuration, not able to recover it, and this is it. This is what takes you to deploy your chute.
Okay, so we had 3 reserve deployments, all totally uninjured. The most serious incident that we had yesterday was with Jeremy Cassar from Austria. He had a bit of an allergic reaction to some pine trees the day before yesterday, and then yesterday he had a bad launch, and he put his glider in a pine tree at launch, and they had to get it out. And then during the flight, he started to feel really unwell, and so he landed in an olive grove, and he had to take his glider out of the olive tree. And again, there was something in the pollen or something in the trees that gave him an allergic reaction, and he started to feel extremely unwell. So he took a picture of his face and was so shocked with what he saw, with the swelling that he had, that he phoned the race doctors and the retrieve, and Pilar, the co-retrieve manager with Samo, and the race doctors immediately sorted him out, talked to him, and he had a really, really serious anaphylactic shock. They got him to hospital at the right time. Silvia Ventura from Portugal was there with him. And it was really serious. It's really important to not underplay that. But today he's fine. Hopefully he's going to be carrying an EpiPen with him from now on, so that he's got adrenaline in case he has another incident. He wasn't sure if he's going to be flying, so we'll have to see on live tracking if he's made the decision to fly or not. But all ended well, and he was very grateful to how fast the race organisation dealt with his incident. And we have a full complement of folks, except for the ones that have decided that they want to go to their best friend's wedding, like this Finnish team leader.
All right. And finally we had this complaint from pit costume about aggressive flying, and 5 pilots were inside this complaint, but after just the mid director, with the safety committee and many others, just reviewing videos that also pit costume just he offers, and they were checking. Finally, only 1 pilot received that warning. It was Joachim Overhauser, And today also the meet director wanted to be very clear that everybody knows Joachim Overhauser, and everybody knows that it's the last pilot that you expect is going to have an aggressive piloting behavior. So it was about more like a mistake. Sometimes it happened that maybe the pilot in front of you don't have too much room, and then you need to react, and then you shorten your turn. And of course, maybe the pilot behind you doesn't expect that, and whoa, no, it gets scared. So that was it. That was the whole consequence. I mean, just a warning to Joachim Overhauser, and finally also ended with pet costume. Just finally withdraw from the competition.
Yeah.
And I think that's it from yesterday.
Yeah, well, the only other thing was that we had a lot of problems with Flymaster yesterday, that it went out. We hope that we don't repeat those problems today and that we can give you coverage from start to finish.
Yeah, well, we would like to go with the weather on the task today, because we are just 5 minutes for the start gate just to open. Well, weather. What you can tell us about the weather?
Well, it's hot. There's big clouds. Not big, but more cloud than we've seen all week. We've seen tiny little cumulus, and we can see nice, big, fluffy clouds.
Mainly that's going to be in the mountains. They were expecting, expecting development today that maybe that can end in a stormy weather, but that's going to happen more on the mountains, not in the flat where the tide is set. So just also the top of thermal today also really promising. Again, strong thermals are expected, and the temperature is still increasing. So and there's going to be a big difference between the temperature around the ground of the floor to the even layers like 1,000 or so. They're going to be really, really warm. But then you go up to 3,000 meters, and then you have 8 degrees. So this gradient is creating also, or enhancing the thermal just to be really powerful, because they're going to have a lot of room to run up really quickly. That's this is how it works. So going to the task today, when we are just 4 minutes, just for the start point to happen, it's very simple. It's basically a race to goal. It's 83 kilometers with the start exit the start gate. And they don't go straight to goal because they're going to do in 80 kilometers just straight line. They're going to be able to choose wherever they want to go to goal. And the last leg is just a very short leg towards southeast. And finally, because the goal again is a 2-cylinder to stop the time, and inside another cylinder 400 meters, and it's about to happen in a place also that we know pretty well, because super cool just to go there. For land is a small airport that when we have a good contact with persons there, that is say they close the airport for us, that we can use it for land there. So maybe we're gonna see pilots using the airport like a runway just for this final landing, for the landing. And this is going to happen mainly in the flat, leaving all the mountains on the east side, because as I said, cloud development are expected there. And they need to. There are a few things I want to say before we start here. One is the MIG director. He said that even though the safety committee, obviously, like always, he's there in the air, and they are, and the MIG director contact them time to time just to check how the conditions are, level 1, level 2, or level 3. He said, no, today if I need it, I'm going to contact anyone, because I want the stars to be as safe as possible. So if I ask, please, anyone answer me, please. So that was the first thing I thought, all right, okay. But the second thing, for safety condition as well, after just being spotted in how they were struggling a bit in the first part of the race, to create those gaggle and pilots going one way and another direction. You know, and they were talking these days that the turn direction is mandatory. What the race direction set for odd or even days before the start point. But today we have a massive radius with another waypoint. That is not because they have to go to this waypoint. It's just to oblige you to say to the pilot that until they reach that line, after the start point, still they have to turn to left. Once they pass this line, up to then. As usual, the rules are who enter and find the thermal first, set the turn, and then everybody after that they have to go. So this is it. It's well.
So can I just add to that this is a new rule. That's normally not like that. It's normally only left or right hand rule with before the exit of the start, but now it's until that area, and it's mandatory. So it will be monitored. The track logs are not going to be checked by the organisation because there just isn't time, but it will be regulated by complaints. So if somebody complains about another pilot with their pilot number, then it will be checked in the tracking, and the first penalty is a warning, and then second is minus 100 points.
Right. So now we're 30 seconds away from for the start point to happen. Well, the first thing I can see at the moment is they're not really high today. Our pilots are already struggling below 1,000 meters. Taking position now to start when there's now 10 seconds to go. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Race has started. Pilots just taking position, making the move towards the start point to happen. I think it's probably Stefan was the first one so far. Most of them are flying around 15. The highest, I see quite a few, 13. That's gonna be. So they say today they were expecting this race to happen in 1 hour and a half so far, but it will depend on how high they can get, or because the race is going to happen mainly downwind all the way. So Lucaman now is taking the first position, flying faster than 52, 53 kilometers an hour. So the good thing about today, no matter the thermal they face today, the drift should take them as well on the right direction. So either it's a strong one or either is a soft one, they're gonna use it, especially just to go in altitude. Just if they find a good one and a strong one, and finally they go those 3,000 meters, then it will change the picture. As I said the day before, they only will use those really strong, and the rest they will use them just to glide and pass through. Okay, you can see Francis Reina opening to the north. Lucaman opening and turning, stopping at the moment. Francisco Reina pushing now, taking the lead, and let's see who is just behind me. I have Roger Pifarret, so there's another Spanish member. I have Bram Dekler next to him. So okay, Heli Eldholzer is just there. Alvaro Romero also leading that group. Federico Brommanzone as well there. Okay, look at the massive gargle that just is forming just in the south. Meanwhile, Francisco Reina is pushing with Roger Pifarret and Alvaro Romero. There is a group that they decided just to go and push just from the start, which is unusual because remember, in a task like 80 or 90 or 100, well, you need to maybe be more patient at the beginning. So it's really interesting again. This is what we like, that pilots decide to go, or teams in this case, because not about, remember, this competition is not only about individual decision. The really interesting thing is about team decisions. Even some teams like France, for example, they are in contact with the team leader, and the team leader also managed to say, well, okay, let's do this, let's do that. But, and well, what I'm trying to say, individual decision here doesn't count that much. So whatever decision, whatever move you would see about a pilot or another, mostly is related to the rest of the team. Well, Francisco Reina just stopping at the head of the group and turning when he's 1,100 meters above the ground with his team members as well. Pifarret with him, Alvaro Jess also with them, Daminius Leglu, Brown Manzona. They pushing. Who's taking the lead now? Okay, Roger Pifarret is taking the lead again. Alvaro Romero with them, 1,100 for them. We see a scattered group of pilots just from the south. Meanwhile, the big gaggle and behind them reacting, Jurd Vidic, Matteo Giuliani, Julian Wirth, Luca Mann, Pierre-Remy. So we could say in this group that it was stopping in that thermal where, I think mostly all the whole French team is there. There's another group just arriving from the south and stopping thermal to the left. Meanwhile, the big group where the French team is just making the move, moving more to the east. But very slowly at the moment, 44, 45. I'm gonna check again because I have the feeling that the group on front, led by Reina, it's holding the same speed, not even 50. They're pretty low. At the moment, 300 meters above the ground, 1,000 meters for them. All of them in the same situation, pretty low. I think maybe they wanted just to force a reaction on the rest, like I'm maybe trying to cut some French pilots or some of the top pilots of the ranking. So that's interesting to see. Let's see what the result of this attack, so soon, really soon attack is. They're stopping there. They're not really climbing there. They're trying to survive 200 meters for Álvaro Romero and many others. 300 Federico Manzone. No, they're sinking. They're not lifting there. Okay, Álvaro is trying to turn something. Francisco following him. Eliel Hauser as well trying to stay alive there. Marcin Wirsky on the west side with another group there that they found, or I don't think they found. They're trying to not really turn in something. No. I'm gonna keep an eye on them because they are pretty low now. Heli Holzer 100 meters and 60. Roger Pifaret moving ahead, climbing. He is climbing. Okay. When he is not even 300 meters above the ground. The wind today is going to be something to keep an account because especially in different layers can be more than 20 kilometers an hour. Just to tell you about landing, because obviously a windy day, something that you need to be concerned is where to land. That you don't want to face more than 20 or 25 kilometers an hour when landing, as ideal situation. But the race direction just set this landing in an area where they're expecting to happen a kind of conversion. When the conversion happens, especially on the ground, the two breezes, when they face just from one side to another, in the middle, normally there's no wind, or very little wind, depending if you move off to one side to another. But you are exactly where the conversion is and you are on the ground, there's no wind. And it's exactly where they managed to set the goal for today, or the landing for today. Alright, finally they found something. They are climbing and drifting to the southeast, so they have at the moment northwest wind. Now we can see the other group with the French. Well, I can see Jurvidic approaching, Joachim Overhauser, Pierre-Remy Lucaman, but also not really high. There are 1300, 1400, all of them in between 700 meters above the ground or 300 and 400 meters above the ground, struggling a bit this first part of the race.
Well, I mean, to give you an update on what the forecast weather was for like basically exactly this time, is that at surface it was supposed to be 12 kilometers an hour west, and at 2020 kilometers an hour west. At 3,000 meters, 25 kilometers north-northwest. So they've been set a crosswind basically for the whole task. In terms of the speed that they would like them to do it, I mean, they predicted an hour and a half to do the whole task, and that's reflected in the land-by time, which is 5 o'clock this afternoon. It's been after 7 every day, but today they would like them on the ground sooner.
Yeah.
And people have been flying to the land by time the last few days and actually not landed in time. So today they have to be on the ground by 5 o'clock and they have to have reported back by 5:15. So it's going to be a short day for us as well. And so we're hoping, well, we assume they're going to be blasting along the course at great speed.
Yeah, I expect eventually when they were able to reach those beyond 2,000 meters, so then it's going to be a big difference there, and pilots just there to attack and to speed up. At the moment, just it's trying to survive because none of them are passing 1,500. The highest I can see is 1,423, and struggling in this big gaggle on the right, more to the east, and.
But look at the drift of the lower pilots. It really is west.
Yeah.
With a little bit of north in it, but because you know the surface wind is absolutely as forecast. Looking at the drift of those lower pilots.
Yeah. And as you can see, the more they drift, eventually they're going to merge in the same one. Even that group is just the gaggle on the right is just kind of dissolving and just trying to create a new one from those pilots that were drifting. Yes, okay, now they're merging in these, there's going to be super massive gaggle there. Maxime Pinot approaching now. And Dylan Mansley is with him, that's interesting. And I didn't spot yet Honorin, for example. However, I have already Yassen Sabov. Where is he? Here. Yassen Sabov, for example, is much more on the east side. Just notice that all of them at the moment are more on the west side where the optimized direction of the raid is. The only reason just to stay away from the mountains, remember, is because this forecast about related to the clouds, and maybe they can develop really quickly and become really powerful clouds, and eventually even the forecaster that in the mountain there could be some rain. Not that cloud that is expected on the flatlands at all. Of course, it means as well that the condition they won't be as powerful as in the mountain.
Can I just remind everybody viewing that I'm monitoring the chat channel, so if you have any questions or comments, please put them in there. We'll try and get back to you. If you've got any questions for the pilots when they land in goal, please send us those as well. And I'm also monitoring the channels from race direction and anything else that's going on to hopefully bring you some information that you can't see on the screen.
Wow, very interesting to see the line that Yassen Sabov is taking, followed by Aurelius Andrelinas and Nuno Virgilio and Thomas Trent, is much better because those are the only one that are flying beyond 1,500 at the moment. As usual, Yassen Sabov, he doesn't join unless he is caught by the gaggle. He'd rather just to be on his own, and he's trying to do so again. But this time he has a few pilots that they're going to dare to be with him. Meanwhile, I can see Ronnie Helgesen, he found a good one more on the north. Immediate reaction on the gaggle, on the big one. That massive group is going to get this thermal from Ronnie Helgesen. But in the meantime, Yassen Sabov making his move, just pushing and starting to move completely on the way to goal, holding. Now it's going to lose those 1,400 meters, 61 kilometers an hour for him. And also in this small group, the three pilots, is Aurelius Andreliunas and Nuno Virgilio.
But as Clement Nigelin pointed out, we should have a look at Richard Meek to the southeast of the course. He's just gone through 2,000 meters. He's climbing on his own, but he's in a really good climb. Well, he's just lost it actually. He's now searching him, but he was in a real stonking thermal, climbing really, really well. Yeah, no, he's losing it.
The only thing that should be witnessing from Richard Meek is what's gonna happen once he decides to go to the north, and if the drift's not going to be super
No,
super
he's going to
powerful.
really struggle to get back to the course line from
Exactly.
the further he goes. But I think he's turning now to correct his course.
Because the thing is, of course, it's super obvious that the more you go into the mountains, the stronger the lift will be. But also, you were putting yourself really away downwind, and then when you need to you go back, you're going to do this into the wind, and because strong or medium strong wind is expected, then you're going to struggle to be with the race again. That is why I'm super sure today the pilot, the whole different group of pilots, are trying to stay more on the north side. That any drift they might find, they will take them back into the correct, the more optimized course. When we can see 1, 2, 3 goggles at the moment. One is turning, the one that has mostly the top 20 pilots. There's another one just behind. I spotted Stephen Cox and Constance. I saw in that group Marcelo, Stefan Morgenhaler, Pifares in there, Helio Hossa is in there. They're moving, they're splitting now at the moment. So a group of them, they're joining the gaggle on the north, and the other one, they are moving more towards northeast. The gaggle on the north, for example, I can see Yannis, I can see Anca, I can see Darko Stavkovsky is in that big gaggle, passing 1600 meters at the moment. They're drifting northeast, so it's very clear that it's northwest, the wind that they're facing. Francisco Reina, Dylan Mansley, Dylan Seglar, Denis Soverini, many others are Roger Pifare, Constance, Heli, Alvaro Romero changing the course to try to to reach that gaggle. In the meantime, Marcelo, Roger Eisbacher, Dominique Nellis, Stefan Morgenhaler heading northeast, because this small group that Yassen Savov created is stopping to turn when they are passing 1400 meters. So it's really interesting to see how very soon there are completely different groups trying to set from where we're going to make this long approach in this long leg of 80 kilometers. In the meantime, we go again with Richard Mick, and this alone in the mountains, passing 2000 meters. I see another pilot, this Florian Itininka, as well, climbing there, which is, well, it's nothing that surprised me. He's climbing on the mountains there. The thing is, keep an eye on the drift of Richard Mick. Is basically to the east, and even more to the southeast, but generally east. So yet again, when he wants to trying to go back, he's going to struggle a lot.
A very quick bit of news from the course line. Our colleagues from Cross Country Magazine have been here since yesterday, and they're going to Goal today to do the interviews. And they're 28 kilometres from Goal. They can see nice big cumulus clouds. They've seen one vulture flapping, not turning. It's not often that you see a vulture flapping in these conditions. And there's been no dust devils so far. But can I draw your attention to 2 escape artists in this competition? Andreas Malecki and Abel Varga are up to the north. They're in a good position for the wind direction to make an attack, because then they can fly more downwind towards the goal or to the turn point. And they're both gliding together. And I think, well, Julian Wirtz is on his own. I'm not too far away from them, so I wonder if they'll join.
Yeah, it's again really interesting to see, like, pilots that usually these days, the past days, they were always trying to make a completely different approach to a task, like not being in a group. Pepe Malek is the perfect example of it. In that case, Julian Bird not that much, because day by day we saw Julian just with his people, just staying and working as a team. And now he's going on his own. The altitude is okay. So far what I found is okay, 1500. It is 60 kilometers an hour at the moment. Abel Varga is getting low, And Pepe Maleki is just turning, and he has a good one. So we're gonna keep an eye on him to see how the drift is. In the meantime, these two goggles before, they're almost together. Again, remember that the cool thing about, or the nice thing about how a goggle operates is maybe it takes time to the goggle to make a move, and it looks like at the beginning they could be conservative, but once the goggle moves, actually it's able to move really quickly, because when the goggle leaves the thermal and starts spreading, everybody can spot where the best line is going to be, and everybody's adjusting to this line, and they allow all of them to accelerate and push, and it's at the end the performance is much better. Only when you are such a good pilot and you manage just to be in the line on your own, then of course this is who makes the difference. But very often happen that the goggle is not only for being more protected, but also the performance for a while also is bigger as well. But we can see a classic now. Yassen just abandoned and start pushing, losing the 1700 meters, pushing almost 60 kilometers an hour. Just to remind you how this task and all the tasks just before related to the point, the distances point, the time points are leading points. Distances, obviously, they are given when you just complete the task. So once you complete the whole task, you have all the distance points you can get. Time points are given as well, and really important because those are telling who made it first in goal. But finally, leading points are important along the race, and those are given. There's a predetermined percentage of points based on the total score. They are given depending on who are taking the risk in the different sector of the race, mainly after the 20-25 or so percentage of the race, until just just before the final glide is where this sector, the leading point, are really important. It happens often, and we have seen that the past day as well, that those pilots that were pushing and attacking and risking to earn those leading points, even though they did finish first in the task, they were able to win the task. This is how important leading point they are.
I'm just showing
Wow.
Javi a picture of the road approaching the goal.
Well, this is not okay.
I would show it to you if I could, but the camera's too far away. But
Yeah.
basically, they're heading for some.
Well, this definitely is what we call an overdevelopment. Is a massive. It's not just a cumulus cloud. It's a few, and they are merging, so they create a much bigger. And one of those is just start to show like the classic shape of what we call a cumulonimbus. It is still growing. So it means that forecast is correct. They say be aware of this overdevelopment, but they're happening away. They're not happening on the race course at all. Just to be sure that you know what's happening. They won't be nearby those clouds.
Have a look at Julian Wirtz. He's really pushing forward. He's quite far ahead of the race now.
Yep, definitely. Well, he's flying 60 kilometers an hour. The situation, the position he has, I think is ideal for him, because definitely he's moving more to the north, away from the optimized direction. So yet again, whatever lift he is going to find on the way is going to put him in much better situation. However, let's go back to Richard Mick. Will know that. Now we have an update from him. Now he's flying parallel and 1900 in total, 50 kilometers an hour. But I wonder, because eventually he needs to correct his trajectory toward the turn point before goal, obviously it's too far away at the moment, so he has time as long as the leaf is good for him. So definitely it's going to be really interesting to see who made the better decision here, Julian Wirth or Richard Meek, because they are completely on the opposite direction. Meanwhile, the main race is happening just in the middle.
I've got news from the race director, Inigo, who's on his way to goal. He says there's little wind at surface. What there is from the west, and he says that they're completely surrounded by big clouds, both in the north and the south.
Wow, okay. That's interesting to know. Once you are surrounded by big clouds, definitely you need to keep an eye on them and how those clouds are about to develop, because they can easily merge and create a bigger system, and storm can develop from that situation. And depending on the day and stability, that could happen very quickly. That's why the mid director today say, I'm going to be in permanent contact with the safety committee, but also with any pilot that then give me really useful information, because it's about safety. So, hopefully, there will be, it will hold good enough just for the race to happen, but so we'll see. Well, interesting to know is at the head of the race, now the French team is managing the race at the moment, because Maxime finally is leading the race, and Yassen is with them. But just behind Yassen, we find Pierre-Remy and Honorin, around 50, and Maxime is just also moving a bit to the north because he's sniffing around to see what to find. Honorin and Pierre-Remy just above 50, 55. Yassen, well, I think he has, unless he really wants to escape at the moment, Yassen is with probably the best company ever, just to say, to control and to be in a good position to make eventually another Yassen attack. We will see.
Just while they're gliding, I've had a question from Mike Coop. Hi, Mike. About what the point of the turn point A29055 is. We explained it just in the preamble to this broadcast, but I'll just repeat it for the people joining us. That turn point serves nothing except for determining when the pilots can turn other than left. It's an odd day today, so the pilots have to turn left, but normally it's only before the start gate. But because we had various problems with some aggressive flying, some problems with people entering thermals. For safety, the task and safety committee and the meet director have decided that until you get to that turn point today, you must turn left. Even if you're on your own, it doesn't matter, because somebody might join you. That today is mandatory. And if people turn the wrong way, if they turn right at any point before that turn point, they can be penalised. First they'll get a warning, and then it's minus 100 points. So that turn point isn't for any directional control. It doesn't serve any purpose other than turn direction today is mandatory left up until that moment.
Even I had that just be mandatory. A rule that they said it could be mandatory for the whole task. That this was an idea here and there, previously, no, nowadays, of course. So obviously somebody was thinking, what if we keep the same turn direction all along the task? It should be safer just to fly, because nobody will need to think about it. It's just get automatically into the turns. But it's not happening ever. It's usually just about the start point. We have this exception today, just putting more or extending the time and the distance just to hold the same direction. So, and actually they are pretty close. So in minutes that situation will change, and they will be completely free just to choose where to turn. Julian Wirth now getting low, 500 meters for him above the ground. Yassen Savov, okay, also moving ahead. 1100 meters for him, and Pepe Maleki just behind Yassen Savok at the moment, and just the group behind with Honorin. Honorin just is moving as well, 1600 for him. Tobias Gross as just following Honorin, and Matteo Giuliani as well. Darko is in that group, leaving the soft leaf at the moment. When we zoom out and we go to the mountains, and look who is trying to be with the main body of the race is Aleksandar Gazewski, but also Richard Mick is just trying to go back.
Aleksandar is from Macedonia. He's one of their scoring pilots. He had a problem yesterday also with his parachute, but that's because his parachute pocket opened and he tried to fly with it and then thought, no, this isn't safe. So he had to actually land early yesterday for safety. So he would like to make up some points today. He was really good about it, though. I mean, he wasn't, angry or anything. He just had an incident and landed for safety, but he's lost a few points because of it.
Okay, we see Julian Wirth holding 580 meters above the ground. Yassen Savov, same altitude, and now stopping to turn. Pepe Maleki is spotting him, and I think is moving towards him. Honorin and his group reacting from the south and approaching Yassen Savov, but increasing the speed now, more than 70 kilometers an hour. So obviously they spot Yassen Savov climbing, and they're going to use that thermal as well. Remember, when Honorin just decide I go, is next level. He's really good, and also he's able to do things that you don't know how. And when he decided to go to reach that point, he it's like he has the ability to really make really good calculation about it. Pierre with him, Matteo Giuliani, Marcelo Sanchez, Pedro Dudik is in that group, Darko Stanskowski as well, Ernesto Inestrosa, Jan Jerez, Roger Eichwacher. So we're going to zoom out again. We see finally this one lonely pilot stuck into the mountain at the moment. Really on the south side is Florian Itinka. The altitude is not bad because he's climbing, and also he's just reached 1900, but he's completely on his own out. He's lost completely any chances to be with any goggle, and it's going to take a while if there is any chance for him to do so. We can see already a few pilots just landed. Ferdinand Vogel, for example.
No, he hasn't. There's been no signal from him for 32 minutes.
Okay.
He's been, we assume he's flying in the race.
Okay.
But without a tracker, we just can't follow him.
Okay. Julian Wirth on turning. Yes, he's turning and climbing.
Yeah, but unfortunately, look at the turn direction.
Oh, and now what?
Well, it's up to another pilot.
Should we tell to the meet director or what?
I think another pilot would have to complain.
Oh, that is true. That is the rule, right?
That's the rule. Until he gets to that turn point cylinder, unfortunately.
I wonder what's going to happen. But yeah, he's right. He's turning in the not allowed direction according with the rule. Remember, he has to cross the line that is so close to him. He's really, really round the corner. Yassen Savov is on his way just to cut Julian Wirth. Julian Wirth is abandoned that thermal now. Still climbing, and apparently now he's going to turn into the right direction. Yassen is 55 kilometers an hour, moving towards Julian. The group behind me with Honorin, Pierre-Remy, and many others that stopping, turning to left, around 1500 and climbing. Apart from this line and this group of pilots, we have scattered pilot more on the north, pilot more scattered on the south and the west and on the east. We go to, we're gonna check, Richard Mick is 1900 meters with Aleksandar Gasevsky just making their own trip through the mountains, 1900 meters for them, gliding 65 kilometers an hour completely to the east. Again, according to the last trip, the wind there is mainly west. Since then, they are not turning at all, just gliding.
Can I just add something about the turn direction again, with Julian turning the wrong way a minute ago? It was specifically asked at briefing when they said that was a rule change, whether it mattered if you were on your own or not. And it was specifically said that it doesn't matter if you're on your own or if you're in a gaggle. Turn direction is left. And so just being on your own and not bothering anybody isn't... Yes.
It's not the right one.
No. So if Yassen, who's just passed him, saw it, well, it'll be interesting to tell you what complaints there were today, if any or if none. So, but yeah, being on your own isn't an excuse today for being in the wrong thermal direction. And he's so close. If he's, I mean, you know, everybody's got a preferred turn. Well, there's few pilots who can happily turn either way, but most pilots, in my experience, have got a preferred turn direction. Yeah, me too. But in a competition like this, when there's a determined turn direction, you just have to, you know, every second day you get your preference, and on the other one you just have to grit your teeth and go with it.
Yeah. Well, meanwhile, in the meantime, Julian Verde is climbing. He has changed turn direction on that thermal. Honorin just reaching the point, and Pierre-Remy, Maxime Pinot. Then we have Marcelo, Pepillo arriving also with them. Pedra Dudik, Pepe Malecki is just joining that group from the west. Grotkava is also in this group. Jakob Budeworth and Tobias Grossrutzwacher. Darko Stankowski is also there, stopping and turning. But they are more like checking, not really turning yet, deciding if it's good enough. In the meantime, just Yassen is about to reach this top point that basically is the limit, the end of the this obligation to turn to the left. But he is low. This is a classic situation to see on Yassen, 150 meters above the ground. So now, from now on, from him, he can turn no matter way. The group with Pepe Malecki, Pedro Dugdid, Honorin, Matteo Giuliani, Pierre-Remy, all those pilots drifting softly to the east, so the wind that they're facing is west, and those 112 meters, Maxime Pinot abandoning the group now, when he's below 900 meters, so he has only 480 meters above the ground. Remember now the terrain beneath them is 400 meters. Let's have a look at what they have in the satellite images. Again, there is endless sea of olive trees. Maxime on the way to try to reach this end of the limitation to turn to the right. He just spotted Yassen Sabaton from front of him climbing. Yassen is found a good one there. This is not really a good one. It's just the beginning. Remember, when thermals are low, not necessarily they are easy to turn. It might happen that it's just different cores, soft cores, then eventually they merge and create a strong one. So maybe that is happening to him. But Yassen is so good. Look, it's a thermal finder with Ruidaguiar, no turning. Remember, there's no limitation for him anymore, so he can decide left or right. He can just move and try to adapt himself as usual. And it's what he's doing. Maxime is approaching him, is gently high, so they're going to cut each other at the same altitude. In this moment, it's happening. In the meantime, Martin Perth and Fabrice Dubaud is also there. all of them pretty low, 1,000 meters, Pepillo, Piedra Dudic, Matteo Giuliani, Pepe Malecki, Honorin, Julien Berth, Pierre Remy, Stefan Morgenhaler, Jakob Butterworth is also there. All of them, but Andrea Malek is Pepe Malek is only the one that is 1,400. The rest just around 12, 1,000, really low now, and getting even lower in this thermal. But Yassen, Sara and Messina climbing, trying to achieve again 1,000 meters, down on the way, around 800 meters now. So all the pilots, yeah, they saw that move and then trying to be reunited and create this gaggle. Let's zoom out and go again. Those pilots that were in the mountains, Aleksandar Gazewski and Richard Meek, and both are around 1,300 meters, even a bit. They're just trying to turn, but in the meantime they're moving more to the east, but not really finding something powerful like, you know, like those clouds that they have in the distance they can offer.
We often look at kind of back along the course line to see if there's some of the bigger names that are in the top 10 or top 20, and yesterday it was Tilan Siglar and Darko. Today it's Sebas Ospina and Roy Aguiar that are quite far back down the course line. Sebas is gliding with Petra Slivova, but some way to go to get to that turn point where you can change the turn direction.
Right, really interesting, because Sebas always inside, remember, was permanently in a very good position.
He's in second place overall.
Remember, only 2 tasks to go. So if you really want to hold your position and fight for the race, it's now. It's regularity in that kind of competition is extremely important. So maybe you can be one day in, I don't know, the second, the third, or the 10th, but once you set yourself and you figure out you're able to be in this top 10, you have to be in this top 10. The discard are there, of course, they're going to help you eventually if you have a bad day. That's the purpose of those discard, but regularity is mandatory in that kind of long-term competitions. Well, there are definitely arriving this third part of the race. Just to remind you how it goes today, the 9 competition day is just almost a straight race to goal with the exit the start gate. The start gate was 2:30. Once they left the start gate, there's passing through a massive line, because on a turn point on the way that is just about to keep defining about the turn point. What is needed to turn to the left, not anymore when you pass the turn point, just to continue flying straight away for 80 kilometers. Finally, there is the last turn point where they need to go southeast towards an airport that is just empty, just allowed for the competition to use, and it's there where the goal. You're just going to stop the time, 2 kilometers ceiling there to stop the time, and go inside in another cylinder of 400 meters to validate the goal, and just land. They can use all the space there, but of course having a runway to use it, what can be cooler?
I can confirm the question that we had about Ferry Vogel. He did land right at the start.
All right.
So he's 5th overall at the moment, but today he will get minimum distance.
All right. Interesting, because Vogel also was one of the classic, always just well situated and performing really nice.
And strangely, he's not one of the scoring German pilots, but he's 5th overall, so he's actually highest placed German pilot, but not in the scoring team.
Yep. Okay, let's have a look what's happening at the head of the race. Julien Wirth today taking the lead again. We won't see anybody really high at all. All of them around 1,000 meters. 600, 400 meters above the ground. Pierre-Remy just next to him, Honorin. So it's really interesting. We have the big names of the French team here: Pierre-Remy, Julien Vert, Honorin. I miss him, Maxime Pinot. Probably, I don't know, is a bit behind. Pepe Malecki, just same altitude turning. Stefan Morgenthaler, Marcelo Sanchez, low as well, below 1000, Matteo Giuliani, Tobias Gross, Rotzwager, Jakob, Butterwood, and this big group with Martinez, Iturbe, a lot of big names there. And this lonely 3 French pilots making the move towards the northeast. And on around 300 meters above the ground, Julien Wirth, 1000 meters for him. Pierre-Remy, 380 meters above the ground too. Julien Wirth turning. Honorin just trying to find something there. 300 meters for him. Pierre-Remy almost 400. They are climbing. There. I don't know. Julien Wirth at the moment doesn't react. He's just turning on his own. So it's a good thing because they're spotting different thermal source and they're going to try the luck, and eventually they're going to merge together. This is what is happening now. Julien Wirth is moving to the north. What Julien Wirth and Honorin found, they keep turning now there. They're going to try to be on that one. There you go. Honorin moving a bit more to the north and turning now. Pepe Malecki is speeding up, trying to reach the French pilots there. Drifting to the east, though quite clear that the wind there is west wind. Climbing, all of them. The leaf that Julien Wirth has definitely is much better compared to Pierre-Remy and Honorin. Julien Wirth just defining lovely turns, which is telling that the leaf that he has is a good one. Honorin now found another one. Pierre-Remy another one. Pierre-Remy now showing apparently is stronger. All of them are approaching 900 and passing them, and Julien Wirth just passing 1100. So Lucaman and Pepillo reacting. Jose Jimenez Belda just gliding with Lucaman, moving ahead, trying to reach the French guys in front. Speeding up a lot here, 68, 69, 70. Trying to reach the group of the French pilots, plus Pepe Malecki. Stefan Morgenthaler just appeared there as well with them. In the meantime, more and more pilots are moving ahead, trying to go with this group. The drift now is changing slightly towards more on the direction to go, but it's mainly east. There's nothing that defines that they're facing a better wind. So at the moment there's drifting to the east. Well, most of the pilot around 1000 meters there. Then passing it. Robert Berg, Ines Troza, Roger Eichwacher, Jakob Budeword, Martin Peth, Dylan Mansley, Marcelo Sanchez in this group as well. All this massive group now trying to reach the French pilot. I wonder how long they're going to stay there, or they're going to dare. Julien is still is about to pass 1400 in a minute. Pierre-Remy just reaching 1100, and all of them turning and drifting. Honorin not being able to climb as fast as Julien Wirth. Julien Wirth, since he found the thermal one, is never left this one, and is, not really strong, but solid one. He is now 1400, and Pierre-Remy is with him. Lucaman, not even on his 1000 meters, and breaking the group, abandon northeast now, and stopping. He's trying to put some distances in there, but it doesn't have that much. It's 500 meters above the ground, so it cannot go really far away at the moment. I just I don't have any update at the moment where Yassen Savot might be, but I expect it's also with that group. I'm going to, otherwise it could be quite clear to see flying in in zone.
Well, while you've tried to find him, I'll just give you a little bit of an update on what's happening with some of the women. Anca and Ellie are at the front. I tried to find Constance a minute ago, but her tracker seems to have been on pause. But Silvia Ventura from Portugal, she was the hero of the day yesterday when she was with Jeremy Casata when he was really poorly. And it just goes to show, like, literally how many olive trees there are, because yesterday his wing was in an olive tree and today hers is, but it's such a big olive tree that she needs rescue. So Blas, our local Pegalajar organisation member, he's there to try and help her get her glider out of the tree. So it's a shame, but there are millions of olive trees here.
Well, something interesting. I found Yassen Savo, and look who is with him. It's Abel Varga, it's Anca Tavara, and also Maxime Pinot, which surprisingly is quite in the distance away from the head of the race. And I mean, and it's really low as well. I mean, it's below 1,000 meters, and now they're going to face a group of the mountain going in altitude. Not that much, it's about 350 meters. But it's so interesting to see nobody at the moment is able to go in those first 2,000 meters. And Maxine is much more on this optimized line and is heading to it at the moment, is heading into that line. Meanwhile, I still getting we getting images
of goal.
Yep. And wow, the good news is this happening away. It's happening on top of the Sierra de Segura and Cazorla.
So what we're actually looking at is a photo of big clouds.
Yeah, massive big clouds there. That also, because the shape that they have, those cumulus, that is still growing. They are not stopping yet. So they're on the way to keep developing in height and also in size. Well, in the meantime, what is happening with us?
Just two pieces of news that I can just read on the feed. People are throwing in comments of things that we haven't had the chance to even look at. One is that Sebas Ospina's landed.
No way.
And the other is that Constance, thank you for finding her, she's in the gaggle just behind Max and Yassen.
Okay, excellent. Ah, yeah, there she is. I can see. It's just over here. Yeah, in the last big group behind Maxime, that's correct. Well, we have Richard Meek and he's flying mate today. Aleksandar Gazevsky. Well, below 1,000 meters, 750, both 300 meters above the ground, gliding in a completely different trajectory on their own. Well, this is not the situation. I mean, hopefully, eventually they will find this huge thermal, but otherwise, it doesn't look good for them.
I think it's quite likely that they'll find a boom thermal because we've just had another photo from.
That is really impressive.
It's a cumulonimbus cloud. I don't know which direction this is pointing. You know the airport better than I do. We've just got a photo.
This picture is made today. It's facing east.
Facing east, there's a big cloud that is growing and it's starting to cauliflower at the top.
Yeah. Well, in the meantime, we have no pilots apart from the big group that is just forming when Lucaman is kind of taking the lead there. Remember, we have Julian Verde as well, a bit more on the right, all the time with distances. Is now climbing actually. There he is, climbing and stopping and turning. When he's about to reach 1,500, Lucaman is now more on the north, climbing as well, recovering those 1,400. Honorin, followed by Pepillo. Joachim Overhauser also in that group. Lucaman solid in this turn. Everybody going towards him now. Passing 1,400 meters. Pepe Maleki making his move as well. 1,500 meters for him. and creating the group is just getting to him. The Álvaro, Pierre-Remy, André Gaia, Iturbe, Marcelo, Martin Lon. So the big names there, top 20 is just in this group. They're going to stop. Just remember one more time, from since they passed that line, there's no restriction about turn direction in thermal anymore. Still wondering when we're gonna see the first 2,000 meters, if that's about to happen. When they are on the way to reach the half of the way in those 80 kilometers, we are 6 minutes away for the first hour since the start point.
I don't know about you, but I was expecting them to be further along the course at this point.
Yeah.
It's not as fast or as swift as it was predicted.
I think mainly because they're not able to go in altitude as easy as expected. Because otherwise, just imagine you go and you reach easily 3,000 meters and then you push yourself.
And today, unlike yesterday, the higher winds are at higher altitudes rather than at surface. Yesterday we had the strong winds at surface and lighter winds at altitude.
Yeah.
So you do have to get height to actually get speedy today.
Correct.
But
that's why yesterday we saw Rui Aguiar, for example, not being really high but flying 180, 90. Yeah.
And given that the predicted time for this is 1.5 hours, and the land-by time is 5, well, it's going to be really interesting to see how this develops.
Okay, but hold. Okay, Maxime, really low here. That is important. If let's see if Maxime is able to recover from that situation. Maxime has only 64 meters above the ground, and he's climbing. But well, okay. Let's have a look at the terrain. Olive trees. It has nothing but olive trees beneath him.
Yassen and Abel are low as well.
Yeah, okay. Not a good situation at all for anybody there. Is okay, hopefully we'll recover there.
But what's Yassen heading for?
I don't know. Let's zoom out a bit.
Let's have a look if there's anything obvious.
Because I don't see anything that could help him in the next 200 meters or even more. Just the terrain remains the same. Olive trees and olive trees and olive trees. Maxime losing altitude again. And again climbing. So this is a 0.1, 0.2, 0.1, 0.5 that eventually can develop in a thermal. Yes, but you really need to be so patient to stay in there. So strong to stay there. Okay, Abel Varga and Yassen Saval also stopping and climbing. Wow. Maxime is not the first time that we spot of coming from him in this competition an incredible low save.
But it's weak. It's really, really weak.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is.
And Anca's heading for him, but at much, much higher altitude.
Yes.
And Yassen and Abel searching, but not finding really anything decent.
Yeah. But Maxime is there. Maxime is little by little passing those 80 when he was just eventually below 70 meters, now reaching 19, 93, 95, arriving again 100 meters. He is going to recover. I'm super sure. Anca is also arriving what he is. He's going to recover. Yassen not really having anything important there. I wonder if he has still reaction to join Maxime Pinot. Abel Varga is still also looking for that. Maxime is going to recover. Maxime is recovering, making the incredible low save.
Well, while they are making their low saves, Julian Wirtz is at 2,135 and pushing. He's followed by Andreas Malecki, who's also over 2,000 meters. They should have a stronger wind up there. Not quite in the right direction, but even so. So the breakaway group is Julian Wirtz, Andreas Malecki, Stefan Morgenthaler, Pierre-Remy, and Yep, that's the 4 of them in
Yeah.
that group. Breaking away now with good height.
Definitely. A few pilots just reaching and passing 2,000 meters, still turning in that gaggle. Meanwhile, this group of pilots, Julian Berth, Pepe Malecki, Pierre-Remy, and Stefan Morgenhaler are starting to push 80 kilometers an hour for them. That is the move that we were expecting to happen eventually. The more high they go, the faster the wind they're going to face. That can use it on their favor. We can see many pilots now passing 2,200 meters and it's starting to move. Francisco Reina, when he has below 2,000 meters, also making his move. Pepillo, Lucaman, Honorin, Matteo Giuliani. So all of them now going after the group that has escaped, increasing their speed beyond 60 kilometers an hour, keeping an eye on Maxime Pinot and Anca Tavara. They are joined together. So Abel Varga, Yassen Savov, and Maxime Pinot turning that thermal, recovering and making another incredible low save. It's an incredible low save. And Maxime is just climbing, steady, taking the time, on the way again to recover the 1,000 meters. Anca is also climbing there. So well done. And now we go back with this 4 pilot that they just escaped. Julian Berth. Again, today, just from the start, the first pilot that were pushing was basically Julian Berth, holding 70 kilometers an hour now. 1,800 meters for him. Pepe Malecki on the right, chasing Julian Berth. We have Pierre-Remy. 1,900 meters for him. Stefan Morgenhaler on the left in this escaped group from the gaggle. And starting in the gaggle, we have Lucaman, Francisco Javier Reina Lagos, and Jose Jimenez Belda Pepillo after Lucaman, having Francisco on his right. Honorin, Philip Haag, Joachim Oberhauser, Dylan Mansley also in this group. So a lot of big names in this group on chasing the escape at 1. The drift definitely has changed. Now here I can see how the Abel Varga, Yassen Savov and Maxime, they are drifting more northeast. So definitely at the in that part of the race, the wind is starting to help them on the way to go. Well, we have those lonely pilots that escaped. They went to into the mountains. Aleksandar Gasevsky is landed. In the meantime, Richard Mick is trying to survive. They're 290 meters above the ground, but he's struggling there. So we will see short after if he's able to try to go back and in a better direction. In the meantime, the group of Maxime Pinot, Yassen, Savov and Abel Varga, they are recovering, passing 1,000 meters. Anca Tavara is also now passing 1,300 meters. We go to the head of the race. Julian Berth continue pushing, and Pepe Malecki opening and breaking to the right and start turning. Pierre-Remy, Stefan Morgenhaler, they continue. Reducing the speed now for everybody there. Trim speed, sniffing around what is happening here. Maybe we have something, and then all of them. Julian is breaking to the right and turning. Pierre-Remy, I'm sure as soon as he finds Julian is going to turn with him. Stefan Morgenhaler is keeping moving ahead. Lucaman and the rest of the group is also slowing down. They spotted the rest of the pilot. They are climbing, and I'm sure they're going to wait until to realize it, figure out if those lifts are good enough. Climbing, not really strong one. Julian Berth is not climbing. Pierre-Remy it is. So Julian Berth has decided to keep pushing. But definitely Stefan Morgenhaler now taking the lead. Remember now how important leading points are. So Stefan now is trying to go for the fight of those leading points. but Julian Verde has been doing an extraordinary job at the moment to earn those. So I wonder if eventually we're going to see him just doing or executing more of those attacks.
The lead gaggle is heading for Ubeda, and I've just got some news from Inigo Redin, the meet director, saying there is no wind at ground level in Ubeda.
We are still away for the goal, basically passing the midway towards the last turn point before goal. Remember, in Ubeda, Baeza, all that part of the race, the terrain goes in altitude here. They about 700 meters. It's really interesting to see how, because there are all the mountains where Ubeda and Baeza are. You see from the system, from the distance, how as you move to that, you basically need to keep yourself high enough, because the terrain also goes in altitude, and suddenly you don't have that much room below you. So it happens really quickly. Basically, where they are at the moment, they were from 400 meters, and in a moment they will be 700 meters.
We've been telling you about the size of the clouds and that they're growing quite steadily. I've had a safety message from Inigo. At the moment it's level 1, so safe, but they're taking care of the clouds that they have in front of them. Checking the meteo radars, the big clouds are 25 kilometers to the north of goal at the moment.
Alright, I can see Lucaman taking the lead at the moment, pushing when he has 2,000 meters, followed by Pepe Malecki and Pepillo, Jose Jimenez Belda, and Julian Verde. When Julian Verde has now 2,300 meters, I expect now Julian is going to push and trying to recover this first position to keep fighting for those leading points. Let's see if Lucaman now is going to hold that first position or allow his his friend also to take the lead, but I seriously doubt it. Pepe Malecki moving a bit more to the right when he has 2,300 meters as well. Lucaman, 71 kilometers an hour, flying about Ubeda. The gaggle remains there, passing 2,100 meters. A few pilots abandoning the group, and these names like Stefan Morgenhaler, Pierre-Remy, Steve Cox, Jakob Budeworth, Matteo Giuliani also making the move and trying to catch up with Julian Verde, Pepe Malecki, Jose Jimenez Belda, and Lucaman. Lucaman, 75 kilometers an hour, pushing now. Let's zoom out and check again on Richard Meek. 700 meters for him, reaching another peak, small one there, struggling 230 meters above the ground for him. So maybe it wasn't that a good decision for him to try to go that way in the mountains. Petra Slivova also pretty low and completely with no pilots around. In the meantime, just the head of the race, Lucaman below 2,000 meters, but just keep pushing on the right of Ubeda. 73 kilometers an hour for him. Pepillo taking the second position at the moment, overtaking Julian Verde. Julian Verde, 75 kilometers an hour for him, holding 2,100 meters. Pepe Malecki also over 2,000 meters. More on the right, just passing the optimized line. On the west, we have Stefan Morgenhaler, we have Martin Perth, also Steve Koss is more on the west, and behind them Pierre-Remy, Jakob Budeworth. Honorin is just a bit behind, but is still in that group. I think just holding and getting ready to react anytime. More than 2,000 meters for him. Darko behind Honorin. Luca Mann moving a bit more to the east, is about to join the optimized line. Jose Jimenez Bella also with him. Julian Berth, Andreas Malecki. So this group now is pushing and moving ahead. I'm gonna check again the terrain beneath them. They are heading to Torre Perojil. No, sorry, yeah, to Torre Perojil is the next village that they have ahead. I expect that we don't have any other update from the race direction. They're saying that we have any clouds on the way, but the big ones that just in the mountain.
Well, we saw from the photos that our colleagues at Cross Country Magazine sent us that there are clouds on the course line, we believe. But the big stuff, the really big stuff, is not on the course line.
No, those are in the mountains as expected.
Although we can see from where we're sitting, if we look, there's a lot more cloud.
Yeah, definitely.
Filling in as well. I mean, there's still a lot of blue, but the clouds are definitely getting more spread out and denser.
All right, Luca Mann about 17 and climbing 1700 meters and is climbing. Yeah, he has a very good line there, so he's reducing his speed a bit. Jose Jimenez Belda is breaking more to the east at the moment, putting a bigger distance. Morgan Haller, basically the rest of the group is chasing Jose Jimenez Belda. Honorin and his group is appearing more to the south. When they are crossing to the east from the optimized line, they are passing to small village Bartolomé El Campillo, and the next one is Torre Perojil. Luca Mann is about to pass on top of this little village. Remember, in order to get good thermals, when you don't have clouds with you or any other signs or evidence that the thermal is just there, what you have to look for is different in the terrains. You really need contrast in the terrain, the darkest or those terrains or buildings or anything that they can concentrate, the heat or the violet heat, and then you need this contrast around those terrain to create a temperature difference is enough to trigger and create a thermal. And normally villages is a good idea, actually. To fly above villages is a good plan. I wonder if this is it's going to work here. At the moment, just Pepillo and Luca Mann, they are flying pretty close to each other. Same altitude, not really big differences, around 1600, a bit more. But this is mainly what's going on, because the rest have decided to stop. There are Julian Bird again, yes, lifting. Today his thermal finder is passing 2,200 and reaching 2,300 meters, and pretty solid on his turn. So the red are moving ahead. When they were turning another thermal behind, but I can see how this group is dissolving and going where Julian Bird is, so they joining the thermal. It has to be a good one. In the meantime, ahead, Luca Mann and Jose Jimenez Belda, trying to control each other and trying to find ahead, just away, another thermal where Torre Perojil is. Maybe, like I said, a village that could be a good idea.
Looking back along the course line, Maxime has finally got himself out of that hole, and he's left Yassen and Anca behind, but he's been overtaken by loads and loads of pilots. He's now got himself into that gaggle. He's at about 1,500 feet, meters, and he's trying to glide forward, but he was there for ages.
Well, interesting to see. Maxime Pinot, when he was with Yassen and many others, just finally abandoned that group and made his move to trying to be well, trying to recover position and overtake pilots and move ahead. So now is with the last part of this group that's moving together with the head of the race. It's not yet with the head of the race, Maxime, but it's, I mean, if he's pushing that way, I don't see why not he will be able to short distances all along this long approach to the next turn point. So in the meantime, well, but Yassen, it's not doing bad, but it's just a bit stuck in there in this thermal, trying to recover altitude. In the head of the race, we can see Pepe Malecki passing 2,500 meters, accelerating now. All the group behind him at the moment. Steve Cox breaking to the left, taking position on the left side from Pepe Malecki. Julian Berth chasing Pepe Malecki at same altitude, 2,500 meters. Roger Eichwacher, the same altitude. All of them moving ahead, not really in a high speed, but Steve Cox, yes, passing 61, taking position on the left side. Like I said, it's a good plan here in that part of the race. It's a very good plan, just as you leave the thermal to spread a bit and cover as much as you can, so everybody can keep an eye on the other, and as soon as somebody find a good one, immediate reaction, gather again, turn and keep pushing. You can see pilot like Marcelo Sanchez moving behind, just breaking more on the right side, about 2,600 meters. And Maxime is not so far. It's just, yes, it's just a few pilots just in the next group, because there's like two groups there. The big one of the race of the head of the race. There's a cat, a group of pilots, and then there's another big one with around, let's say, another 20 or so is where Maxime is, and they're stopping now. But it's good to see now. Most of them are around between 1900, a few of them, but mainly most of them are passing one. I can see even climbing one pilot and reaching almost 2,800 meters. So maybe not so far. Remember, the head of the race, very willy we're going to see reaching the top of thermals, because the only way to push and be fast is not going all the way to the top of the thermal. As soon as the thermal is pushing you really hard and somebody wants to react and make an attack, they never reach the top. Then they break in the middle, well, not in the middle, but mostly nearby the top, and trying to surprise anyone around, just to have a chance to earn those leading points.
Looking at the further back at the race, Anca Tavera and Yassen Savov have not moved significantly forward since they got stuck there, and they're with Juraj Vidic, Heli Eichholzer struggling even further back, and 4 times world champion Petra Slivova is completely on her own, struggling to make way. So it's interesting how far the field is spread, and people that we've seen at the front day after day are not in that group. So today's an interesting day. The conditions are obviously not as easy as we assumed.
We can see Rui Aguiar is also there, and well, Yassen now is really high. That is okay. The altitude is really nice. It's 2,300 meters for him, and now is pushing ahead, following Anca Tavera.
Yeah, but look at their track. How long they've been thermaling there.
Yeah. So now it's going to, they're going to struggle, or maybe it won't be possible at all, because now probably we expect the condition they're going to improve much more and help the race to fly faster and push harder. Lukaman just stunning at the head of the race, and is a good one. That is a good one. Is climbing really fast there. Also, Jose Jimenez Verda, even though we lost the track, but is for sure he's with him. and immediately the group is catching up. Steve Goss just arriving, Stefan and the others just when I can see Honorin really high as well compared to Stefan Morales, 600 meters in difference. Luca Mann readjusting the turn, trying to find the stronger core there. So obviously now we're gonna see, or potentially gonna see, a big gaggle there. More and more pilots in that direction, heading from the south, southwest, overflying Torre Perojil in that moment, opening gently to the east. Passing, Lucaman is passing now 2,100 meters. We haven't shade here, so I'm expecting that is because the clouds are covering sound a bit.
We're also getting quite gusty, more
Yeah.
gusts coming through.
Yeah, I see. I can see a cloud on my right, and it is basically where the sun is. So yeah, also we have big clouds now on this side of the mountain.
We've just been asking our colleagues from XCMAG who are at goal to take a video of the sky over goal
okay.
to show you what it's actually looking like. So as soon as they can send that to our TV crew, we'll hopefully bring you that in the live stream.
Well, massive gaggle created at the head of the race. So everybody passing 2,000 meters and 2,300 meters for a few. Drifting completely to the east. They are heading out a bit from the ideal to optimize race direction, but also this wind is not that bad. It's mostly gently to the tailwind, a bit cross. When they are, a few of them, 2,000 and almost 200 meters.
I would say that the lead gaggle is about halfway along that leg now, just over halfway.
Yeah, correct.
And we're nearly an hour and a half into.
Yeah, 10 minutes.
Yeah.
10 minutes, so 1 hour and a half. They're gently drifting now more in the nice direction, so we can say the wind is shifting a bit between west to southwest.
And there's only an hour left in the task time.
Wow. Again, we're spotting quite a few pilots with no data there, so please no, we don't want to see again like the Fly Master goes down. But we are lost track with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least with 10 pilots at the moment. No, more. I can see, wow, a lot of pilots with no track at all. So I don't know, I hope this is a temporary issue and Flying Master remain working. The gaggle in the meantime, they continue drifting towards northeast, so mainly east-northeast.
I can just see in my feed that the videos from goal have arrived. Hopefully we can bring those to you soon.
All right.
It's looking dark. I'll check with the race director what the safety level's doing, how people on the task are feeling.
Well, apparently this thermal is not really working, or those pilots are spreading away, or it actually is really strong when all the pilots are passing 2,500 meters and 2,600 meters. So a few of them, wow, okay, a few of them they are passing 3,000 though. Definitely is a powerful one. This is the thermal that's going to change the race completely. When they are passing 3,200 meters, and more pilots and rising and climbing really fast here, really quickly here. That's why we don't see a gaggle anymore. We see just a scattered group of pilots because they're able to climb in many different situations. But a few pilots like Pepe Maleki, Tobias Gross, Ruud Wager, Philip Haak, Honorin, they found a good one, passing 3,200 meters and more. So that's going to be okay. Here we go. I think Honorin is going. Yes. Nobody is moving ahead, but Lukaman, and Philip, and Tillen, and Honorin. And Dylan and many others are trying to relocate themselves, find another position in the goggle. They're going here to really, for the first time, to be really high until they make a move again. They're still away. Oh, sorry.
We're just about ready to bring you some live images from goal, taken by our colleagues from cross country who are there.
Excellent.
Hello, it's Ed Ewing from Cross Country Magazine here at the goal on task 9. Pilots are coming in from there and the sky is looking fantastic. They're going to come downwind across those hills. They're going to go out to a turn point over there just past that little factory. And the thing is, the sky is building behind us. You can see big clouds. That's why they called a short task today. So we're hoping that the leaders will get in. The back markers might not make it before 5.
Wow. Another thing coming up.
Philip Haag's at 3,600 meters.
Wow. Okay. Haag, 3,000.
They can't hear you. We're still out.
No, we're in.
Oh.
So Philip Haag, 3,300 meters, and Stefan just pushing 81 kilometers an hour for the first time in the race. Philip Haag, 90. Okay, on a run, 90. And okay, incredible. Okay, obviously now with this altitude is when the race start properly. I was expecting that to happen as well. Once they were going altitude, the game's going to change completely. Jacob Butterworth also, but it's not high. It is make a move earlier, so he cannot fly as fast as the rest. Definitely everybody going to overtaking eventually. He was really brave to push before, but not with this altitude. I don't think it's going to make anything important. Stefan pushing away, holding 81 kilometers an hour on 93 kilometers an hour now, holding more. It's 3,300 meters, well, almost 3,400 meters. Roger Eiswacher also nearby 90. Fabrice Thibault is not flying as fast. I can see a reactor Martin Long stopping in those 3,200 meters and keep turning. I don't think they needed at the moment to stop and turn. It's not time to do so, otherwise you're really going to put distance with the head of the race.
The forecast wind at that altitude is 27 kilometers an hour west. So, you know, they're finding the good layer of wind to help them.
Yeah. Jacob Butterworth, they are stopping there when he is 2,130 meters about in total. 65 kilometers per him, and he's just turning gently to the right. Stefan Morgenhaler braking and going back. Honorin taking the lead. Honorin now is taking the lead of the race. Holding. No. He's increasing the speed around 80 kilometers an hour. Okay, we have an update. Sorry, we have an update really important. It's the task has been stopped.
Task was stopped at 15:56.
Okay, so it means race. The task is officially stopped when there were 4 minutes for 4 o'clock, 15:56. Race has been stopped. So now they are passing this information to all pilots. So from now on, pilot is they asked to go down and find a safe landing to be, for to be also for the retrieval. So officially now, task has stopped.
When a task is stopped, the race director has to give the time when it was stopped, and it's always before. You don't just go, right, the task stopped. It has to be told when the task has officially been stopped, so that people don't try and race like crazy and put themselves in a dangerous position. So it goes to where they were at the time that it was stopped, or their place of best advantage. So you try and make it equitable, so that once the pilots are told that's not the moment, it's the moment either 5 or 10 minutes beforehand, so that the pilots then go, right, okay, that's it, relax, find somewhere decent to land, safe. If it's next to a road, that would be helpful, and all pilots will be collected by the retrieve as soon as possible.
So we're getting, and again, pictures is from goal to see how the situation is there. But remember, today we won't see anybody getting there flying, because the race has been stopped, and they're going to find as soon as they can a place where to land safe and sound.
Hello, it's Ed Ewing from Cross Country Magazine here at the goal on task 9. Pilots are coming in from there, and the sky is looking fantastic. They're going to come downwind across those hills. They're going to go out to a turn point over there, just past that little factory. And the thing is, the sky is building behind us. You can see big clouds. That's why they called a short task today. So we're hoping that the leaders will get in. The back markers might not make it before 5.
Well, finally, just to confirm yet again, the race, the task number 9 today has been stopped due to the weather condition, because many was spotted in how those clouds were, becoming bigger and bigger just for safety condition. Race direction decided, okay, let's stop the race here. So now all the pilots they're looking for safe landing. They're moving into. We can see already. Just they found a place nearby the highway, and they're going to land over there. You were mentioning how this race stop, how it's set and when it's happening, in order not pilots get advantages. So maybe you can.
When a task is stopped, the race director announces that it's stopped and the time it was stopped, and that time is never equal to the announcement time. So say, I don't know, it was 4 o'clock, just for argument's sake. The race director will announce the task was stopped at 15:50, for example, 10 minutes beforehand. So it's for safety reasons, because if the pilots thought that the task might be stopped, they could start going into racing mode and put themselves into a dangerous position, and it's not worth it. So the task is scored from the stoppage time. But there's also a rule that says if somebody was really high just before the task, but then they glided, they take it as the point of best position, so that you might not be scored from the second, but if you were higher and you could have done a little bit better, you're not disadvantaged in a stop task. Okay. You're scored from the distance points and how far you got. So at the moment we're looking at lots of pilots actually turning around and flying back. So they will all be on the ground soon as it's safe for them. Then they'll all be collected. And what is going to happen with us now is that we're going to very soon stop our broadcast, because there's nothing more that we can tell you. We will also not be able to bring you goal videos, because nobody's going to be able to get to goal, and they're just going to get into the retrieve vehicles, hand in their trackers, and then go home and relax for the rest of the day and treat this as a short day where they can actually recuperate some of their energy. It's been a long competition so far. Today was task 9. Forecast is really good for tomorrow. We are expecting a task 10. So we will not be able to get hold of any pilots now for interview to tell you how it went for them. We won't know the results until this evening. What is unofficially on that you can see either through Flymaster or through the civil site is incorrect. We will really not know what the status is until the official results come out tonight. So we will probably record our update summary a bit earlier, but you will see it at 8 o'clock when it'll be broadcast. And tomorrow we hope to have it start all again.
Yeah,
and have it'll probably be a shorter task tomorrow because it's the final day, and we need to get everybody back for the prize giving and for scoring and things. So we anticipate a shorter task tomorrow. But today the task is stopped, and pilots will be returning to their accommodation to relax before the final task tomorrow. So
I think that's it. So until the daily summary that we got for you, well, hopefully just having you all of them tomorrow for this final task, and I'm sure it's gonna give us a really keep us ourselves in the edge of our seat to for this final result on this competition. So until then, have a good time.
Bye bye. Thank you very much for watching.
Bienvenidos de nuevo al día noveno, al resumen diario del día noveno en estos campeonatos europeos de parapente 2024 en Pegalajar. Mi nombre es Javier García, encantaros de contaros cómo ha ido hoy el día.
Hello and welcome to the 9th day of the European Paragliding Championships in Pegalajar. This is the resumen of the day of the 9th task, Friday, and as you can probably see from my hair and my computer, it's very, very windy. So, today we had a short live broadcast. We'll tell you more about that in a minute. We are actually recording this 8 o'clock summary because it's very windy and there are storm clouds brewing. It's probably not going to storm here, but we didn't want to take a chance. So we're recording this. We will not have goal interviews for you tonight. We will have other videos after this, so stay tuned. In other news, tomorrow's broadcast schedule will change slightly. We will be live as usual, half an hour before race start. An hour before that, hopefully we'll bring you this recap, as well the videos that we're going to grab, and then interviews. We don't know. There might be an alternative video instead. Stay tuned and you will find out more. And tomorrow evening there won't be a resume because we need to prepare for the prize giving ceremony which we're hosting. So we'll do kind of a recap of the competition at the end of our live broadcast tomorrow.
Yep. So now, recapping a bit about the results yesterday's, what can I tell you?
So the results yesterday, just so that you know what we started with today, was after 8 tasks, we've got 2 complete discarded tasks. And coming into the task this morning, first overall was Maxime Pinot, followed by Sebas Ospina, Honorin Almand, Tilen Segler and Darko Stankovski. In the women, it was Constance Metetal, Eri Aiga and Anca Tavera. And in the nation ranking, it was Great Britain maintained its first place, followed by France, then Slovenia, Austria and Germany.
Well, yes, very fast, talking about some issues that we had yesterday regarding them. Yesterday we can say it was the incident day. You know, we had 3 reserve launchings and that all of them they finished with the best situation that we can expect, that nobody was injured at all. We had a collision in the air, Tuesday were deployed there and then pilots were fine. And third one just because a massive collide that also finished with no more consequences. And also we had Jeremy Gassai with an anaphylactic shock in a moment that it forced him to land and then needed to be attended very quickly. But also today he was here with us, showing himself that he was completely recovered from that.
He was flying today. He decided to be in the air.
That is the best of any news that we can have.
One consequence of the mid-air collision was that when we actually saw the video, it turned out that Robert Berg, the Polish pilot who had the mid-air with Marco from Serbia, he actually had a collapse and went into full stall and started back flying, and that's when he hit Marco. And normally these things, when 2 pilots collide, it's kind of an accident, it's a shame, and there's no point implication. But in this instance, Marco, because he was flown into and had to pull his reserve, there is precedent for this in other competitions, but what happened was that the race direction decided that they would take the average of the low average of the points who were around him at the time, who got to goal, and they would award Marco those points. So Marco was given 860 points towards his score, so he doesn't have a 0 day.
All right. So finally, also we needed to deal with it was a resolution after this complaint coming from the pilot Pet Kostrom, but he involved another 5 pilots because this aggressive piloting, with the result only in a warning to the Joachim Overhauser. That was it. I mean, even the mid director mentioned that in his opinion wasn't about aggressive flying. It was about a mistake in the air that it could happen to anyone.
Yep. Correct.
So now just moving forwards about the weather condition, we could say that more or less was really accurate as expected, mainly the yesterday task, and then how the task it was this really quickly pentagon almost shape, and then
Yeah, that was yesterday's task.
That was yesterday?
So today's task, basically it was forecast windy. So it was set as basically a straight line. There was only one turn point, and the turn point was just to steer people into goal at the end. So it was an 82 kilometre downwind dash in what was predicted to be windy conditions with possible overdevelopment in the mountains. There was one odd turn point that lots of people were very confused about.
Yeah.
Because it seemed to be totally pointless. The only reason it was there was to force the pilots into turn direction. So today was an odd day. If you remember, even days are right-hand turn, odd days are left-hand turn. So because there's been complaints about aggressive flying and people not respecting turn direction, normally this prescribed turn direction is only before the race start. So once they exit the cylinder, they can start turning in whatever direction they want. Obviously, pilots entering the thermal have to respect the direction that the person who found the thermal has established. But for safety reasons, they decided today to have a rule change, and until they reached the edge of that turn point, it was massive, they had to go left. That was the rule. And even outside the start, it didn't matter if you were totally on your own because people might have joined you, you had to turn left until that point.
That was it. That was the rule. And yes, it was like that. And finally this turn point. And then the funny thing, or the really beautiful thing, also this final 3 kilometers glide towards an airport that they usually use when they speak with the personnel there, and they close the airport for the competition. But because the forecast and the expectation, there's a forecast about the clouds and the wind. Nobody today was landing in this goal, but just the people from the mid director or people there waiting for the pilot to come. But that never happened, and that is why finally the task after. Well, we will come to that later, but nobody made a big got a task what to stop. So we'd like to start talking what happened just from the start. I think that the main important thing is nobody was able to reach a reasonably good altitude from the very beginning.
No, they didn't. They struggled a bit at the start. Race start was at 2:30. Because they expected it to be so fast, they expected only an hour and a half to do the task. The deadline for the task was 5 o'clock. The start, they did their usual. Pilots were advised to launch early because they were expecting the wind to pick up significantly. We noticed it in our booth that the wind was steadily picking up. So they were encouraged to launch early, and one of the most surprising things was that before the race got going, Freddy Vogel, number 5 in the rankings, bombed and went down within the start section, but not in the official bomb out field. So then they set off in big gaggles, as they usually do. And
Well, basically after that, the first thing that surprised, it was just Julian Wirth, just from the very beginning, apparently was the man of the day, just pushing hard just from the start in different part of the race. But even so, some scattered pilot again from the north and from the south, a few pilots, Richard Meek, thank you, was towards the mountain on the right, where they were expecting maybe, thanks to that cloud, to have better condition. And on the other side, Pepe Malecki, usually he goes also away, and he was with another pilot. Abel Varga was with him, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
And but those pilots on the east side, they were struggling. Eventually, one of those landed, and we couldn't keep tracking too much on this guy. I always forget his name. Sorry. And but finally, Pepe Malecki eventually was caught, or he decided to join the main group. That main group was led by Julian Wirth all the way. In the meantime, they were moving ahead, and I could say it was a moment when they were reaching Úbeda, also they were going high, still were drifting more or less okay, and changing the drift because they were at the beginning going southwest and then gently just going more in the right direction. But I think it was after Torre Perojil or something like it. They were around 1700 or so. Honorin and all the French pilots that were together also pushing ahead. And there was a moment in no time from 1700 and minutes later there were 3,500 meters or so. It was like this, and a few later is when we knew through the meet director that something has changed today.
Yeah, I mean there was a couple of things to mention beforehand. One was that we were looking back along the course line and we could see Seba Ospina and Petra Slivova climbing or circling together, but really far back. And Rui Aguiar, the Task 1 winner as well. Sebas eventually went down. Petra managed to escape. But in another part of the race, also quite far back, we could see Maxime Pinot at 68 meters above ground level, and we were thinking this could be it for him. But he often pulls it out of the bag, and Abel Varga and Yassen Savov were with him as well, a little bit higher. They were about 150 meters. All three managed to climb out. Maxime Best, he managed to then start gliding back towards the gaggles in front of him, but Yassen was stuck for a very long time on that, because Anca Tabera also joined them.
Exactly.
And eventually Abel made his move, but Yassen and Anca were there for ages, ages trying to climb out.
Yeah.
So past Ubeda, they finally, Pepe Malecki, Julian Wirtz, Pierre-Remy, Stefan Morgenthaler got over 2,000. But then we started getting lots of videos from the ground, from goals, seeing these huge clouds. And people were still calling level 1, but you could feel that Inigo was starting to get concerned. And the videos that we were showing, I mean, it was pretty black skies or dark skies. So as these images were coming through, Luke was making a break, followed by Jose Jimenez Belda, and then the climbs started getting big. So Philippe Haag, Luke and Honorin reached more than 3,000 meters. In fact, they got to about 3,600, I think.
Very quickly, I must say.
And so we were like, wow, they're getting really high, and this is going to be the deciding factor of the race. And then
they stopped the task. So now to talk about how that it works, you know, those rules, because the task actually would stop exactly at 15:56. But it's something the rules about this. It means that in order to not give any advantage to any pilot, when the task is announced to every pilot that it is a stop, they take in account 5 minutes behind. So it's not they go back to, because it could happen that when they tell you, or even you're thinking is about to happen, you take the advantage to keep pushing, and then they say, okay, that was it. So for nobody be able to have any advances, when they say now is time to stop, they go 5 minutes back in time, and then from that is when they're going to do the scoring. Just notice that when the task is stop, it's not allowed to keep flying. Ideally, what you have to do is just to fly to find as soon as possible a safe place where to go landing. It's pointless just to stay in the air because there's nothing else to do but go for landing. This is it.
Yeah, so the scoring for this evening, we will not bring you unofficial results now because there's other factors to consider in a stop task, so please have a look at the official rules this evening when they're published. Should be, well, officially it's around 9, they have to be published, because also there has to be time for people to submit any complaints. Just on that rule change for today, in terms of that turn direction, it's not, the organisation isn't going to check people's track logs. It's only going to be enforced if there's a complaint by pilots.
Exactly.
So if somebody did the turn direction wrong, there may be complaints. We don't know yet. So we'll have to see if there's any warnings tomorrow, or if everybody behaved themselves. But yeah, so we're not going to bring you any unofficial results. Just check the official ones when they're released this evening.
So just after that we're finishing this daily summarize, we're going to leave you with also a MIG director video that is going also to explain why he actually came up with this decision stopping the task, so better you to understand what exactly happened. And I think just from our part, that's going to be from today. So really looking forward just for tomorrow for this final 10-day final task. So see you tomorrow then.
Tune in tomorrow. Bye for now.
Hello, it's Ed Ewing from Cross Country Magazine here at the goal on task 9. Pilots are coming in from there and the sky is looking fantastic. They're going to come downwind across those hills. They've got to go out to a turn point over there just past that little factory. And the thing is, the sky is building behind us. You can see big clouds. That's why they called a short task today. So we're hoping that the leaders will get in. The back markers might not make it before 5.
This is the cloud, the sky, looking back to Pegalajar. And now, on the direction of the task, the storm was after the goal, but we decided to stop the task to be safe. So all pilots are now landing or trying to find a good place, a safe place to land.